here, and Google, who will provide in-kind support. So I want to give you the context that led to the formulation of this project. So in 2020, in the year 2020-2021, South Sudan witnessed the largest or the most devastating floods in the memory, in living memory, and UNOCHA estimates that over 800,000 people are affected by flood. Sorry, these are mainly people who have been displaced by floods and conflict. But anticipatory humanitarian action has the potential to provide targeted and timely support before the floods disaster strikes. But in this case, hydrological forecasting models for the river basin don't have good skills to for anticipatory, they don't have good skills, but also in this context, anticipatory humanitarian action is still new in conflict setting. So in this project, we'll aim to deliver a step change in our ability to anticipate flooding and its impact on the White Nile through a collaborative transdisciplinary scientific research between mandated government agencies, regional forecasting bodies like ICPAC, academic institutions, as well as humanitarian partners. The physical objectives for this project: one, we will construct a detailed timeline of the 2020-2021 flood that occurred along the Lake Victoria Basin as well as the White Nile, using climate, hydrological data, and any other data that we can get hold on. We'll also analyze different hydrological forecasting models to understand where they are good and where they need improvements, as well as improve the hydrological forecasting for early warning in the river basin, including addressing how to combine results from different models in this case. We also have social science research component, which will undertake field work to understand how floods impacts are experienced by different subsections of the conflict, affected communities in both Uganda, North Uganda, and South Sudan. We'll also do the fieldwork to understand how flood early warning, how flood early warning information is received by these different groups. Finally, we'll bring all the information together and try to develop a comprehensive humanitarian plans which address the intersectional nature of floods, impact, and acknowledge also the uncertainties and skills of the within the hydrological model. This project will have its inception meeting in mid-September, specifically 18th and 19th. The meeting is open to those who are interested, the broad sector of stakeholders, as well as those who will want to engage with us. There is a link displayed there to register for the meeting. We're also going to release a press release hereafter on the project, which will have more information. But you can also contact me via this email for further information. I think that is all. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Dr. Hassan. I think you can take your seat. Dr. Hassan has introduced to us a new project that is going to be addressing one of the critical issues in the region, and this is the issue of flooding. And previously we have had several challenges related to flooding, including displacement, food insecurity, and so on. I want to acknowledge also the rapporteur for the session, Vicky Chebet. Vicky Chebet, I hope you are in the room. Okay, yeah, so that is the rapporteur for the session, and I think should be supporting in terms of capturing some of the important information here. Dr. Hassan, thank you very much. I think we are excited to have that new initiative that is going to push in that direction of hydrological forecasting, and I hope it will contribute towards resilience building for communities within those flood-prone areas, particularly the White Nile. I hope we can hold on to the questions, and we'll have those questions at the end. So let me take this opportunity to invite one of our other speakers, and this is Dr. Filippo Ossano from Stockholm University. I'm told you are around. So kindly take the floor, and you have 10 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Just a point of correction. I'm from the Stockholm Environment Institute, SEI, not Stockholm University. So today I'm going to talk to you about transboundary climate risk. I'm making this presentation together with my colleague, Dr. George Wamukoya. I don't know if he's in the room, but he'll come in later. This work that I'm presenting is part of work that my institution is doing with a number of partners that you can already see from the logos on the screen. And the starting point of transnational climate risk is evident from the IPCC report, the AR6, which clearly stated that climate change impacts and risk are, of course, increasing, becoming more complex, and because of multiple hazards, they're occurring simultaneously, leading to a lot of interactions that are becoming very complex. So we see a lot of compounding risk, and this risks are cascading across boundary and across borders. I think one point to note and to take home is the fact that because we all have developed adaptation measures at national levels, it's clear that some of the adaptation measures in certain regions of the world can actually have impact in different other parts of the world which are not accounted for. And I think that's really the basis of the work that we are doing, because adaptation measures can create impacts that affect livelihoods in ways which are not accounted for by national or even local adaptation plans. So we would like to see a point where adaptation, of course, is addressed also not just as a national or local issue, but also as a regional and, more importantly, global issues. I think my take-home comes from the latest report, which has just been produced by a number of partners, for which Stockholm Environment Institute is part of, the first report on global transboundary risk. And there are 6 key messages there that I would like you to take home with. One, of course, is that transboundary climate risks are triggered by climate hazards in one country. They cross borders and continents and affecting communities far and wide. Number 2, it's that, of course, the world is increasingly interconnected. We know this. That means that this interconnection creates pathways for transmitting these risks. And this happens through, as you later see, on shared transboundary resources or transboundary movement of animals and livestock, trade links, finance and investment, and human mobility. Of course, we know that migration or climate-induced migration or displacement has become a major areas of concern. Of course, number 3 is that transboundary climate risks are expected to increase. I think we have to also increase the pace of our understanding of how this risk is increasing in order to address them more effectively. Number 4, which is very important, I think, in the global negotiations under the UNFCCC, is that no country is immune. It doesn't matter whether they're developed countries or developing countries. What we see is actually that countries in all regions of the world, because of so much interdependency, are actually now really being affected. And then, of course, for Africa, the concern is about vulnerability and the poorest. We see that a lot of this impact of transboundary climate risk are affecting the poorest and the most vulnerable. And of course, lastly, number 6 is the fact that the international community has been very slow in understanding and addressing transboundary climate risk as a global concern, and that is something that we would like to take forward. So there are many characterizations of how people analyze transboundary climate risk. I present 4 pathways. We all are familiar with biophysical pathways. We've just talked about transboundary shared resources, shared rivers, water systems, migration and movements of animals across borders, livestock disease transmission and things like that. Number 2 is flows of commodities as part of trade. That's very important. Global supply chains are increasingly interconnected, but particularly for food security and food supply, we see Africa having a lot more increased food imports. Of course, investments, I think for Africa right now, we are seeing major investment in infrastructure. And of course, those are creating risk around debt and of course, capital flows. Lastly, of course, human migration. A number of colleagues have a 5th pathway, which is geopolitics. I personally don't interpret that as a 5th pathway because geopolitics is a response that countries take because of certain threats to their national security or national interest, and it actually really affects any of these 4 systems. It affects trade or physical resources or commodities. There's not much evidence on impact of transnational climate risk and adaptation measures across Africa. We have particularly been involved in 2 case studies, Senegal and Kenya. So I'm just sharing examples of what we found in a study that we did for Kenya 2 years ago together with the Ministry of Environment, the Climate Change Directorate. When we look across those 4 pathways and we interpret this within the shared socioeconomic pathways, we see different priorities that have emerged that needs to be addressed within the adaptation plan for Kenya. And just to point out that the National Adaptation Plan at the moment did not already take into account some of these risks that are transmitted through people pathway, biophysical pathway, trade and finance. I would later on just highlight the trade part because of import and export of markets, particularly for food security, and how that is important. So again, last year, colleagues of mine did the first study that looked at the transnational climate risk or transboundary climate risk and how that's affected the global food supply chain. We looked at 6 commodities, food commodities. 3 of these are staple foods. They're very important for global food security, not just in Africa, but across the globe: rice, maize, and wheat. And when you look at that analysis, it becomes very clear that depending on major regions of food production in the world, we have countries that are actually global risk exporters. By the terminology, global risk exporters means that if anything were to happen in those countries that would have significantly affect food production, it will be triggered and cascade to the countries that depend on them for imports. So for the staple foods, particularly for maize, rice, and wheat, for maize, 3 countries account for the largest share of risk exports, and that's Brazil, China, and the United States. For rice, 2 countries are significant, Thailand and United States of America. Later on, I'll show you, of course, how for Kenya, for example, in our study, what happens in Thailand is significantly important in terms of ensuring rice food dependency in the country. And then, of course, for wheat, the United States of America. So this can be a bit complex and global. Of course, we looked at what happened in Kenya. I think by 2017, about 19% of rice consumption in the country was from imports. And we see two countries in particularly that export rice to Kenya, or Kenya imports rice from Pakistan and Thailand, and 67% of that comes from Thailand, and 25% come from, 67% come from Pakistan, and 25% come from Thailand. And if you look at the impact of climate change on rice production in these two countries, looking across the different RCPs, we see that particularly for Thailand, we expect significant reduction in rice production under RCP 2.6. Of course, there's a bit of stability when you look at RCP 6.0. And again, for Pakistan, you don't see much change over the next 50 to 60 years. But I think the point behind this is that actually, when you come to Kenya, you then need to think about the fact that when we're not just having impact of climate change in rice production in those two countries, it's also the fact that their populations are growing. It's also the fact that they also need to account also for their food security. So we see situations where now, for example, 2 or 3 months ago, most of you saw that India was restricting rice exports because of depressed production linked to climate variability. And many other countries across Africa face this. I talked about Senegal as well. So when you account for food security planning under climate change, it's not just important to account for production domestically, but also to look at your areas of import. We know, of course, maize, for example, is another important staple crop in the region. And again, when we looked at the 3 major countries for which Kenya imports maize, so Mexico, South Africa, Uganda, and you look across different RCP scenarios, you see that there's going to be variability in production. In fact, it's only South Africa that seems to project to may have increased production of maize. Of course, that's a major export of maize to Kenya. But if you look at Uganda and Mexico, they might account for depressed production over time. So what do all this mean? I think, again, we need to reimagine adaptation, as I've said, because just as climate risk can cascade, adaptation measures too responses can also create winners and losers. It's important for us to identify who will be the winners and who will be the losers, and how can we then address the vulnerability of the losers. And there are 3 things which I would like to point out. One, of course, to just say that climate impacts in one country may spill over to others. We now start to have that evidence, of course, not just from the IPCC, but from a lot of localized studies. Of course, adaptation measures in one country may redistribute or increase vulnerability in others. And 3, adaptation in one country may provide benefits to others. That's something that we don't talk a lot about. But I think I was excited when we were invited to come here, because the need for localized evidence that are also based on understanding of local circumstances is very important. When we do this work, increasingly, I think we are starting to build an evidence base. I think the concern which we have is that we don't see a lot of African scientists, we don't see a lot of African institutions involved in this process. And I think one of the reasons why I'm here, together with George, is to start to create an interest so that this is picked up by local institutions and so on. Otherwise, we have evidence that is not generated from local sources, local understanding, local context, but they inform policy measures, not just nationally, but in the region. Last month, we organized the first workshop to look at transnational climate risk, and together with a team from the African Group of Africa Group of Negotiators Expert Support Team and a number of institutions, produced a policy brief that was presented last week at the African Ministers Conference on Environment. I think this is just a first step toward making sure that evidence generated locally and within the work that is going on informs policy measures broadly, of course, at the global level, under the discussion on global goal on adaptation, which of course is going on under the Glasgow Sharm el-Sheikh work program. But more importantly also, that at African level, we have the African Climate Change Strategy 2022-2023, which identifies the need to enhance coordination between regional economic communities and member states to address and manage transboundary and cascading climate risk. So if you allow me, Program Director, I think George is around and he might have 1 or 2 things to add to the presentation. Is George around? Yeah.
Morning, colleagues. Yeah, thanks for Philip for that presentation. Just to emphasize that at both global and national and regional level, we do have what we call national determined contributions, which countries have committed to for collective global response to climate change. When you look at those national determined contributions, you realize that no reference is made to transboundary cascading climate risks. And yet you know there is a connectivity between our countries. And one adaptation action in one country may actually end up being a maladaptation in another country. And it's on that basis that we encourage scientists like you and experts to start engaging with your NDC processes, especially in 2025, to ensure that transboundary cascading climate risks are taken into account. Secondly, there was a photo there about the global goal on adaptation, the GGA. Very, very important. If you look at Article 7 of the Paris Agreement, what it does is that in Article 7, paragraph 1, it establishes the global goal on adaptation with 3 elements. 1, enhancing adaptive capacity. Secondly, building resilience. And thirdly, reducing vulnerability to adverse impacts of climate change. Now, the question that we are struggling now is, how do we measure or track progress in adaptation, given those 3 elements that have been set out? And so in Glasgow in 2021, we did establish a 2-year program to try and unpack what that means, which means we are looking at metrics. How do you know that you are making progress in adaptation? Just like we're doing in mitigation, where we have the temperature goal set, the question is, how do we correspondingly look at adaptation? Finally, if you look at Article 7, paragraph 2 of the Paris Agreement, it recognizes the various dimensions of adaptation. And it does say we need to consider local, subnational, national, regional, and international dimensions of adaptation. And therefore, the concept that we have always had, that adaptation is local, and therefore you need to only to look at what you're doing there in total disregard of the rest, does not now apply, because it is now recognized that adaptation is connected and you need to look at the whole scale. So thank you, colleagues, and I hope that we will engage more. We're doing a project, a GCF project on the Horn of Africa, covering the 2 counties in Kenya, that is Turkana and West Pokot, and then Ethiopia, southern Ethiopia, although that state is being divided many times now, but we hope that we will deal with that. And then southern Sudan, which is the equatorial, eastern Equatoria, and then the Karamoja. So that cluster, which we normally call Karamoja cluster, is a very important area. As you know, there is also conflicts in that region. And one of the things that we were astonished to note was that there's a lot of resources invested there, or purported to be invested there, but there's no change. What is the problem? And that's what we want to try to address. Thank you very much.
Thank you, George. I just want to conclude that many of you know that the Africa Climate Summit is happening here in Nairobi from 4th to 6th. On Sunday, the 3rd of September, we will be having an African Climate Science Symposium, gladly hosted by Kenya Meteorology Department, the new IPCC team from Africa that came on board, and we'll be happy to provide information for those who'd like to attend. It will be part of the what's called the CCDA 11 conference organized under the auspices of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, African Union Commission, and Africa Development Bank. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you very much, the two presenters, particularly Philip. And thank you, George, for highlighting those issues related to adaptation, which is highly connected with resilience. That is the theme for this GHACOF. We appreciate the transboundary nature of risks, particularly climate, and whether you are talking about floods. But the other thing is the other interconnected spheres, such as trade, that helps us sometimes to cover up for the gaps we have within our food production systems and other issues. So in the interest of time, I want to invite our next presenter, Mr. Wachana. I think we are running short of time, so please, if you can, save us some time so that we can give an opportunity for those who are present and those who are online to engage the presenters with some questions and also discussions. Welcome, Wachana.
Okay, thank you, Sabiti. First, let me thank George and Philip. They have made my work to be easy. I know most of you have heard about Global Framework for Weather, Water and Climate Services, and some countries in the region. I know Tanzania, I know Ethiopia. They have already developed the national framework for weather, water and climate services. Kenya and Uganda, they are on the way. But unfortunately, we don't have regional framework to support the transboundary climate risks that George and Philip have just highlighted there. So, as ICPAC, as we mark 25 years of existence, there are a few things that we are thinking. We know that climate services support decision making, either for individuals and organizations, and a framework for weather, water, and climate services is a kind of institutional platform that can help to coordinate, facilitate, and strengthen collaboration among the key stakeholders and institutions, either to improve co-production or tailoring delivery and use of science-based climate prediction and services, and focusing on 5 pillars of global framework for weather and climate services. I'll be sharing a diagram so that you can see them. So there is merits of establishing a framework for weather, water, and climate services because it ensures efficient and effective delivery of the services. As ICPAC, we mark 25 years. We have been asking ourselves several questions because an organization has to interrogate itself from 25 years up to this minute. What have we been doing and what can we do better as we chant in the other remaining years ahead of us? So first thing, we have realized that there is a missing link between global framework for weather, water, and climate services and national framework for weather and climate services. At the global, we have something. At the national, countries in the region are working on it, but there is no framework that can link either national and global level, and that is why we need to have a regional one. And as ICPAC through CLIMSA project, we want to establish one as a pilot for other regions. So then sometimes ICPAC has two hats. One hat is a specialized institution of ICAD, and the other one is at WMRCC, a regional climate center. And as an RCC, it has both mandatory and highly recommended functions. And usually it supports 11 national MET within the region, either in the forecasting, data, research, collaboration, and other issues. And it becomes so hard if you don't have a very clear framework that can engage between now the RCC and these national MET services within the region. So it will help, that kind of framework will really help us so much for us to work together with the national MET within the region. My brother Philip and George have just been here. They have said that we can promote trade. You see, adaptation in one region can lead to other benefits to other countries in the region. You find that our sectors within the region are so much linked. Like my brother yesterday, Willis, was just giving a presentation on energy production, hydropower. And he mentioned that Kenya is getting around 6 megawatts from Ethiopia. And we have a line also, one line that connects to Uganda, and I think the Tanzania line is also connected. And if you just look at the focus, you find that the performance of the season is not uniform in all these particular countries. Say that if we have a country that is benefiting in terms of maybe good rain or heavy rain, it can generate more power, and sometimes you don't have to store this power. If we work together as a region, we can look at the benefits and opportunities that are accompanying the season to generate power, and it can be shared along the region. So we can use it positively. If you go to water resources management, our basins are interconnected. And if you are planning river flows or you want irrigation, it's better to have a framework that coordinates all these kind of basins. You need to talk each other. So it's a key thing. Then there is also climate security that is coming. If you look at our ICAD region, we have what we call 8 clusters, cross-border regions. And some of our people, like he mentioned something in Karamoja, we call it ICAD Cluster 1. It connects 4 countries. That is Ethiopia, Kenya, South Sudan, and Uganda. And some of those, but they speak the same language, Ateker language. And because of adaptation to climate-related impacts, they move from one country to the other country. They don't know that it's Kenya or Ethiopia and whatever. If we can address the needs of these people, cross-border regions, a framework, we need a framework. You need to have at least countries that are touching that particular cluster and the regional, now the ICAT institutions to come in so that you address things uniformly in a better way. Then there is also issue of institutionalization of climate services. So far we have been dealing with different projects. You remember WISA 1, WISA 2, Confer, now down to earth. These all of them are just, and skip here, they are talking about supporting climate services. We need to move from project-based kind of climate services to institutionalized climate services. Can we institutional climate services within the regional economic community, like now ICAD or SADC? That is what we are thinking. Then those are some of the issues, and that is why we are thinking of the regional framework for climate services. So entirely, the framework is to enable the society, the communities within the region to manage better the risks and opportunities arising from climate variability and change using science-based climate information. We shouldn't be always crying that not only looking at the negatives of climate change, there are other benefits that are attributed to climate. So we need to harness ourselves. The framework, it has 5 pillars. And it always starts with observations and monitoring, which is the mandate of national meta and hydrological services. You find in some countries the infrastructure is wanting. And as a regional player, if we need to come out with our products, we need data, okay, at different scales and times. So as a regional player, ICPAC as a regional player, what should be the entry point in terms of observations and monitoring networks? Could we be having some stations that can support our products to meet the regional users' needs? Research and modeling is key, and prediction is another pillar. Then climate services information user interface platform, and this is one, GHACOF is one of the user interface platform. Then we have users. Those are the sectors, and in summary, and I want to pay some little attention to this diagram, is that you need to identify what should be your role in this particular roadmap. I know there is consultancy. Consultants begins and ends with consultants in personalized assessment, strategic plan and cost action plan, and even with its review. I've mentioned 3 kind of workshops and some activities in baseline and the development of a strategic plan and action plan and its endorsement. But you find that a consultant cannot work alone. He has to engage stakeholders from the start to the end, and you are one of the major stakeholders in this particular regional framework for climate services. Then there is a steering committee that guides the process, guides the consultant on how to work through, and a technical committee. So you'll find that when we shall be knocking your door, please kindly receive us so that at the end of the day, we shall come up with a regional framework that will address your needs so that we can enhance decision making either in your sector or within your organization. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Wachana, for that enlightenment in terms of the framework that is being developed to help us coordinate climate services through the different actors. And also it builds on the previous presentation on transboundary climate risks. How do we manage them? And also it gives you an idea of what the role of this forum is to bring the different actors together from the different member countries and also outside the region to see how we can strengthen resilience. We are really running out of time. I want to quickly call the next presenter who will be talking to us about climate security. Our time is fast spent, and I would really appeal to you to move a bit faster so that we don't eat into the time for the next session, because that is one of the evaluation criteria, whether we have performed well or not. So I want to invite Dr. Kemoli Sagala, if he's around. Yeah, kindly take about 6 to 7 minutes. Quickly go through the issues on climate security and also give some highlights on Africa Climate Action Summit. And then Kenneth also, I think, be ready so that we can save time for the next sessions, but also give an opportunity for a few questions for the presenters.
Good morning. My name is Kemoli. Briefly, I think I want to just mention that at the Africa Climate Summit, we'll have 2 high-level sessions on climate change and security. One will be at the ministerial level, and the other will be at the presidential level. I think many of you may be familiar from the data at the website on what the Africa Climate Summit seeks to achieve, and therefore I will not go through all of them. Of course, one is that there'll be an African Leaders Nairobi Declaration. There'll be a pathway towards unlocking new financial deals at scale, and that will be fit for purpose for African countries. There'll be investment commitments from various deal rooms. There'll be announcements on tangible progress, and of course, the Africa Climate Summit hopes to achieve a roadmap of implementation of the key declarations and announcements. I think those are the 7 work streams for the Africa Climate Summit. There is the energy transition, renewable energy, there's green minerals, manufacturing, there's sustainable agriculture, land and water, ocean, there's sustainable infrastructure and urbanization, and then there is natural capital. And 2 cross-cutting themes, adaptation and resilience to climate risk. And I think this is where climate change and security comes in. And then there'll be the question of climate finance and carbon credits. I think in terms of climate change and security, I did mention that we'll have 2 sessions. One is on the question of thinking about climate change as being the problem that is with us today. We can't wait to say about it being a problem of tomorrow. Of course, we know that climate change is causing a lot of distortions in our public expenditure. It is undermining the capacity of states to produce and to provide certain public services. We know how it is undermining our planet. Of course, endangering human security, and I will not go into all that detail. I think the previous speakers have elaborated a lot around how to link climate change to security issues. In terms of the 2 high-level political panels that we propose, one is between IGAD, African Union, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and it will be a high-level ministerial dialogue on climate and security. We are trying to look at resilience, fragility, and displacement in the borderlands of the Horn of Africa. Objective is to explore the opportunities for regional cooperation in the borderlands that promote climate resilience, stability, and economic development. The other one is to advocate for increased access to climate finance, for adaptation and mitigation in the borderlands of the Horn of Africa. I think the high-level presidential panel is designed to explore climate change and security nexus in Africa. One, we want to provide a high-level political forum for dialogue amongst decision makers and stakeholders to coordinate and confront climate change and its impacts on peace and security. Assess available solutions across the climate finance, peace and development spectrum to address the short-term and long-term security risks of climate change. Discuss key actions needed to accelerate climate action and finance in areas affected by intersecting climate, peace, and security risks, and assess environmental and climate disasters as a source of tensions and conflicts that impact human security, incorporating the gender dimensions, and then try to focus on how it impacts the most marginalized, the most vulnerable, including women and children. So in essence, that is what we hope to achieve. I think I don't know if it was this room that we were last month on July 6th when we had the Berlin Climate and Security Conference, in which we explored this bigger problem about climate change and security. And I think I'll invite many of you who will have registered. If you haven't registered, I think the registration ends on August 30th or 31st. Register, and if you have a chance, you can come and listen to some of the presentations, because I think, if I remember, in the 1990s when HIV/AIDS was a very serious crisis, when you elevated it to the level of security or national security, although there was a lot of dispute around it, but eventually there was a concerted effort, and I think climate change will eventually get there, and that the moment you start looking at it as a security problem, then we'll address it collectively. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kemoli. That was really brief, and I think the message has arrived. Let me invite Kenneth to do the last presentation, and I'm here to lobby for additional 5 minutes so that we can allow the participants to engage with the presenters. So Kenneth, use about 4 minutes. Sorry about that. Otherwise, I think this is an exciting session that tries to bring in the missing links. But anyway, Kenneth, take it over.
Okay, I think I'll start, as I only have 4 minutes, so I better use my first minute introduction instead of waiting for the presentation to load. So my name is Kenneth Mwangi, and I work with the IGAD Climate Prediction and Application Center. I coordinate a platform on transboundary pest monitoring, where we integrate information on pests, migration, with climate data to try to develop early warning information that we provide to the member states. And so this presentation focuses on giving you the latest updates on a situation we are monitoring on desert locust. Our director, Dr. Atan, yesterday highlighted a growing risk of desert locust. Okay, the presentation is still loading, and we'll highlight why it's a risk that we are now elevating to high risk. It's been calm situation in the region, but now it has come to a time that, due to climatic conditions, due to the forecast, what you are seeing in OND, both rainfall and temperature forecast, and growing swarms that have been reported in parts of Eritrea, a lot of mature locusts in parts of Sudan, Afar and Tigray in Ethiopia. I'm already into my presentation. I wish the slides will load so that you can visualize what you are talking about. By just a minute, the internet connectivity. So in the platform, it's a member states platform, as many other IGAD platforms, where we bring together the member states, the experts in plant protection, experts in control, desert locust control, Quelea birds control, fall armyworm, Africa armyworm. And what we do is together developed tools that help in data collection, tools that help in reporting, tools that help in integrating what is monitored, what is collected in situ data with what is forecasted in terms of pests, ecology, pests, the climate conditions that make pests thrive in this region. You all remember the previous desert locust invasion that was in the region. It took the region about more than $800 million to control, but with early warning information, we could have easily contained the locust invasion with $2 million. So I'll just go to such a slide. It's not yet up. Technology. So the risk, as we were talking about, this is a situation in Sudan, where in red you can see already what is mature swarms that are developing there. And we are recognizing also the region is going through a series of conflict and insecurity. That means there's limited control in many areas that control should be happening. Some countries, the plant protection, crop protection have had their aircraft confiscated by warring groups or militants. Some areas they've had control agents that have been killed already, as reported. And so there's a concern that with the inadequate control that is caused by conflict, locust swarms are bound to multiply and grow. For example, that is in Ethiopia, part of Ethiopia where earlier in the month in Tigray, the locusts have been reported. in those areas that breeding and both swarms that are growing. And shortly after, you can also see more reports in parts of Tigray. The boxes show where locusts are really been reported and detected. And trying to integrate that, these are field reports, those are locusts on trees reported in the same areas. And what has caused this also is a series of extreme events has been happening in terms of extreme rainfall in parts in northern Ethiopia, in part of Sudan. And these are our focused maps for extreme rainfall in July, last decade of July and early August. So you can see the pattern that is causing these pests to really migrate. And so when we intersect that with the forecasted information on the OND forecast, it comes at a time that we are getting an El Nino increased rainfall in some parts, and in the same way, locusts are supposed to be breeding in the same areas. That puts very good conditions that elevates the risk for the region, and in the same way, temperature predictions. So as an early warning working group that we coordinate, we are trying to avoid crop losses, and we want targeted control, efficient control that will save other livelihoods. I've talked about that, but our main aim is to develop early warning information. So in the next months, you'll see a lot of early warning coming from IGAD, coming from the groups, advising the member states on a precise areas where breeding is happening, where migration is happening, where control is needed. So I won't take more time, but just to alert you that we are monitoring the situation. This time we are more prepared, we are more coordinated as countries, and we are taking actions to make sure there's minimal loss in livelihoods. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kenneth. That was our last presenter for the session, and I think the session was very informative, interesting, and the presentations were excellent. So, with the indulgence of the program coordinator, I wish to invite burning questions. If there are any two burning questions on this side, any burning question or comment? 3, 2, 1, no. On this side? Yeah, so let's give a round of applause to all our presenters for the excellent work. Thank you very much. We value your support for the forum. Thank you very much. Over to the program coordinator, the next moderator, Dr. John Pangech, to take us through the next session of the day. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sabiti, for taking us through this morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here to moderate the second session, and these second sessions will be taking us through the issue of state of the climate, meaning in quotes from October to December, seasonal focus. And we would have 2 presentations. I think we would save more time in this Sabiti. We will not have much problems. So now may I kindly prepare my 2 colleagues. One is Dr. Stevens Lines from the UK Met Services, and then also the other one is Hussein from ICPAC, that is going to talk about Eastern Africans, October, November, December climate outlook. So with that in mind, I would like to request Dr. Steven to come and start his presentations. Dr. Stevens? Is he around?
Thank you, Mr. Pangich. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, you are on the line. Thank you very much.
Fantastic.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. And to those in the room in Nairobi, habari za asubuhi. This is Stefan calling from the Met Office in Exeter, UK. Thank you to ICPAC for the honor of presenting the State of the Global Climate Talk, and congratulations from the UK Met Office for 25 years of GHACOF, a wonderful achievement and commitment. So in the next few minutes, we're going to assess the current conditions in our atmosphere and oceans and probe for clues as to what the short rains may bring us for 2023. Shall we start by reviewing July, which was a truly extraordinary month for global average temperatures? It was the warmest July on record, exceeding the second warmest by a considerable amount. And this graph here from Copernicus shows all the Julys since 1940. And you can see very well the upwards trend in temperature, which we know well to be global warming as a result of human activity. However, there is variation from year to year, which is a result of various natural drivers of our climate, such as the El Nino Southern Oscillation, or ENSO. In fact, ENSO can have a considerable impact on global temperatures, and years where El Nino phase is active typically sees temperatures above the background trend of long-term climate change. Can you see the spike from the 97 to 98 El Nino, and to a lesser extent in 2016 and 2019? It is likely that the enormous spike in temperatures from 2023 is connected with the release of heat, which has been stored in the Pacific Ocean during the unusual 3 consecutive La Niñas. Now, the UK Met Office predicted for 2023 global average temperatures of 1.2 degrees above the pre-industrial period. And I think, based on the current situation, we're well on the way to meeting or possibly even exceeding that. It's worth noting, however, that while we often talk about global average temperatures, there's still significant regional variation, with areas experiencing record heat, but some locations unusual cool as well. We can see such variation from this figure produced by Erik Kolstad of Norse in Norway. The dark red is where temperatures represent the warmest July recorded since 1960, and possibly ever. Orange is second warmest, yellow third warmest, and then we go from the lighter reds to blue, where dark blue represents locations with their coolest July in 64 years. So we can see that while parts of southern Somalia, for example, saw record high temperatures during their July, parts of Kenya nearby were unusually cool. And I think this demonstrates the importance of producing seasonal forecasts for temperatures as well as rainfall. Now, elements of weather and climate forecasting, they are inherently unpredictable, but some components of our climate system contribute a sizable amount of predictability. So the status of soil moisture, volcanoes, stratospheric processes high up in our atmosphere, and ocean temperatures, they can all provide clues as to what may happen in the next season. Now, sea surface temperatures, or SSTs, provide the most predictable part of rainfall and temperature variability in East Africa. So we often focus on the status of the El Nino Southern Oscillation and the Indian Ocean Dipole, or IOD2. So let's start with ENSO, looking at the SST anomalies, that is the difference from normal. We see warm conditions in the central and eastern Pacific, with a pattern very much that expected from El Nino. We can also look at how the upper ocean heat has evolved in the last few months. The blue here on the plot on the right-hand side shows the receding La Nina from last year, and the orange, the emerging El Nino. My current status is that we are in El Nino, or there are El Nino conditions, but I put a note with this. This is an unusual El Nino at the moment. First, while the East Pacific is warmer than normal, the West Pacific remains warm also. For the second caution, we must look to the skies. So looking at sea surface temperature anomalies shows us the oceanic part of ENSO, but the other half of ENSO is what is happening in the atmosphere. So El Nino, like La Nina, can alter the pressure across the tropical Pacific, and we can measure it by what is called the Southern Oscillation Index, or SOI. And the near neutral value of the SOI in recent months shows us that the sea surface temperatures from El Nino haven't really connected, or we say coupled well, with the atmosphere. And this may indicate that El Nino at the moment is not yet bringing the expected global impacts. So dynamical models from the WMO Global Prediction Centers indicates that El Nino will continue throughout October to December, and most likely persist as well through into the long rains, although I should note that ENSO's predictability reduces significantly through the boreal spring. Now, these probabilities show us El Nino should continue, but it says nothing about the strength. My assessment is there is a high probability for a strong El Nino and a moderate probability of very strong. So the red shading in this map of East Africa doesn't mean dry. Instead, it shows us that there is, based on historical observations, a positive correlation between El Nino and rainfall. To put it simply, these shaded regions often experience wetter conditions during an El Nino, during the short rains. Note that this is a historical correlation and not necessarily a prediction. While it is often the case that the short rains during an El Nino are wetter than average, some El Nino years are not wet, and no two El Ninos are the same. We know that sea surface temperatures in the Indian Ocean are also important. So what is happening in this region? So while the Indian Ocean dipole is currently positive, it is predicted to become increasingly so and remain in the positive phase throughout the short rains. And you can see this in the Met Office's Glossy 6 modeled SST anomalies, which is shown on the right-hand side. And you see this pattern of warmer SSTs off the coast of Africa and cooler towards Indonesia. This is the typical positive IOD pattern. Now, similar to ENSO, there is a positive correlation between IOD and rainfall in October to December. The red colouring here means there is a positive correlation. Again, to put it simply, this shows us that years with a positive IOD typically, but not always, has short rains with wetter conditions. So while ENSO and IOD provide predictability on seasonal timescales, some drivers of variability can affect rainfall on shorter timescales, a few weeks, for example. So the Madden-Julian oscillation, or the MJO, can enhance or suppress rainfall over East Africa depending on its strength and phase. It is what brought very wet conditions to Ethiopia in the long rains this year. Now, the MJO is only predictable to a reasonable accuracy, I would say, over about 2 to 3 weeks, which means we must produce, review, and communicate forecasts each month. So please, let us all keep up to date with the situation as it evolves. So in summary, 2023 is already breaking records in terms of global temperatures, and we would expect this to continue. And this is partly due to an El Nino compounding the effects of climate change. El Nino conditions have developed and are expected to remain over the short rains, and El Nino years typically bring wetter conditions for parts of East Africa during October to December. Having said that, I want to note there is anomalous warmth in the North Atlantic and North Pacific, and we don't quite know how these will combine with the El Nino. Conditions are very unusual. The Indian Ocean dipole is also positive and expected to remain so over the next season. Positive IOD also typically brings wetter conditions across parts of the region. And together, based on these two drivers, we would expect wetter than normal or wetter than average conditions over October to December. Sub-seasonal drivers like MJO are also very important. We must make sure we produce, understand, and communicate the latest forecast, which will capture the status of the MJO. So with all this in mind, thank you very much for your time, and let's hear the latest regional outlook from ICPAC, co-produced with Met Services from across East Africa.
Thank you very much, Dr. Stevens, for your presentations. In interest of time, I think we move forward to call upon Dr. Hussein Said of ICPAC to also present to us his presentation. Welcome, sir.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Hussein. I am a climate modeling expert at ICPAC. I will be presenting the October to December 2023 seasonal climate outlook over the Greater Horn of Africa. To those who are in the room, this presentation is not new. It was presented by my colleague, Dr. Maslin, yesterday for developing the mitigation strategies for the different sectors. But we have participants online. Over 80 participants are attending the session. So to those, it will be very, very important. So I'll be starting my presentation by showing the climatological distribution of rainfall over the region. This helps us to understand what is normal in our region. So looking at this map, you can see that OND is an important season for most of the equatorial and southern parts of the region. So if you look at parts of Somalia and also southern Ethiopia and northeastern parts of Kenya, this season climatologically contribute to 100 to 100 millimeter of rainfall. So on average, we receive that amount of rainfall. But over western parts of the region, covering this Uganda, parts of Rwanda, northern Tanzania, and also parts of Kenya, on average, we received 200 to 300 millimeter of rainfall. So when you look at the contribution of this October to December rainfall season to the annual total rainfall, you can see that this season is very important, particularly for the eastern part of Kenya, southern part of Ethiopia, and most parts of Somalia, which contributes to 50 to 70% to the annual total rainfall. And if over the western parts of the region, again covering most parts of Rwanda, Burundi, and also Tanzania, it contributes 30 to 40%. On the other parts of the region, it contributes less than 30%. So we need to put this thing in mind when you're developing the advisories. And the main seasonal climate product is presented in the form of tercile forecasts. So we need to understand the thresholds for the different categories. So this one just to give us an idea of the thresholds for below normal and also above normal category. So if we look at these parts of Somalia and southern Ethiopia and Kenya, where the season contributes more than 50%, the threshold for below normal category is 75 millimeter. And the threshold for above category is 140 millimeter of rainfall. So if we are receiving between 75 and 140 millimeter of rainfall, it will be under the normal category. But if it is exceeding 140 millimeter of rainfall on average, then it will be under the above category. If it is less than 75 millimeter of rainfall, it will be under below category. But if you look at the other parts of the region, for example, this western parts of Tanzania, the threshold for below is quite different from that part of the region. So the threshold is for below is 350 millimeter of rainfall, and the threshold for above is 450 millimeter of rainfall. So we need to consider this thing is when you interpret the seasonal tercile forecast. And GHACOF started producing this objective climate forecast as per the recommendation of WMO since 2019. And for that, we use different downscaling techniques and customize them for the region. So for this season, we used the August initialization forecast and processed 9 global prediction systems and downscaled them using different calibration techniques. So these are just the results from these different techniques. From the linear regression, you can see on the top, the canonical correlation analysis technique, the middle one, and the logistic regression on the bottom. Then we'll have the multimodal average from each technique. Then once we get the multimodal average from the different downscaling techniques, we form the consolidated forecast by averaging all those forecasts. So on the right is now the average of the forecast from the different techniques. And on the top, bottom, and right corners, we can see the probabilities for the different categories, for above, for below, and normal categories. So when you look at the forecast for this coming season, you can see most parts of the region are expected to receive wetter than usual conditions, particularly there are very high probabilities over the southern parts of Ethiopia, Somalia, and also Kenya. I think this is the first time like getting this very high probabilities of predicting rainfall. So over that part of the region, we have a probability of above normal 85%. And when you look at the distribution of rainfall, if you look at September, this is mainly it's important for the northern part of the region, and we are expecting below average over most parts of Sudan, Ethiopia, and South Sudan. And we know that El Nino is associated with below average rainfall during June to September rainfall season. But for October, November, December, we are expecting wetter than usual conditions over most parts of the region, which is also linked to the positive phase of INSO and also the positive phase of the Indian Ocean Dipole. So these two are the two climate phenomena affecting the rainfall in our region. As you have seen, the presentation from Dr. Stefan, he showed the relationship between the sea surface temperature over the Pacific and the rainfall over East Africa in the form of correlations, and also the relationship between the Indian Ocean Dipole and the rainfall over the region. So both of them are very, very critical. So we looked at the evolution of the sea surface temperature over these two parts of the ocean, correlates them with the evolution of sea surface temperature in the past, and we found that 1997 and 2006 have the highest correlation and the lowest mean error. So those two are the closest here with the current evolution of sea surface temperature. And when you look at the rainfall pattern for those 2 years, we see that most part of the region recorded wetter than usual conditions. And we see now the El Nino is developing, and also the IOD is predicted to develop through the September to December rainfall season. So we are expecting again this wetter than usual condition. And we also looked at the other intra-seasonal rainfall characteristics, such as the start of the rainfall season. Here presented the map presented on the left shows the climatological onset. So this is on average where the OND rainfall starts around October over parts of this Somalia and also Kenya, but over Tanzania, it is starting very late. And when you look at the onset anomaly and also probability, we are expecting an early onset over the eastern part of the region, particularly over Kenya, Somalia, and eastern Tanzania, and a delayed onset over the western parts of the region. And looking at the other intraseasonal characteristics, such as the maximum wet spells, we are expecting a delayed or wet spell over most parts of the region. And when you compare it with the climatological period, we are seeing longer wet spells over the eastern part of the region, where above normal rainfall is predicted. And looking at the probability of exceedance for the different thresholds, 200, 300, and 400 millimeter, we can see there is a very high probability of exceeding 200 millimeter over the southern and also equatorial sector of the region. And when you compare that with the climatology, we are expecting very high probabilities for the season. So that means the amount of rainfall we are expecting to receive for the season is much higher than the climatology. And looking at the standardized precipitation index, which shows us how the season will be wet or dry, we can see moderately wet condition over most parts of the region and severely wet condition over this Kenya, Somalia, and Ethiopia, where the season contributes again significantly to the annual total rainfall. Temperature is predicted to be warmer than average over most parts of the region, and very high probabilities are predicted over the northern part of the region, particularly over Ethiopia, Djibouti, Eritrea, and also northern parts of Somalia. And there is a high chance of below average temperature, over the eastern parts of Kenya, particularly, or where this the average rainfall is predicted. That will be because of this, the reflection of sunlight, since we are expecting a lot of clouds over that part of the region. So this is all I have, and this is a summary. So in general, most parts of the region are predicted to have wetter than average, and early onset is expected over the eastern part of the region, and the delayed onset is expected over western parts of the region. And when you compare the probability of exceedance for the different thresholds, the predicted probability of rainfall exceeding these thresholds are much higher for this coming season compared to the climatology. And temperature is predicted to be warmer than average. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hussein. I think we are going to borrow time from your networking in breaks. I think Hussein has presented also well, because these are very important topics. That's why we wanted them to continue to finish. I would like to start with those online, if they are still there. Could you maybe, do you have anything to say before we come back to the floor here? Any question from the floor or comment from the online guys?
People are requesting for the presentations to be shared, but no questions yet.
Thank you. Let me start from that far end. Any hands? Next here. You are very happy. You look very happy visibly. What about this here? Good. My team here. You're also okay? the last floor. Okay, I think in that, I would like to thanks Hussein and Stephen once again, and give us a round of applause, myself and Vicky, the other side, and also those who presented earlier. So that being the case, then I hand over to the moderator this morning. Who is this?
Thank you very much. It's time for tea. If we can come back at 5 minutes before 10:30, so 10:25. So
thank you
please
very
be in
much.
the room.
Recording stopped. Good morning, good people. I still see people trickling in. Perhaps another 2 minutes and then we can start off. Yeah. I have to call them. Hello, 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 everybody. Hello. I've been asked to snatch your cups. Kindly get in. We start off the next session. Kindly, please. Kindly, I'm calling upon everybody to get in. Please. Hello, excuse me. I saw like you. So anytime I'll be moderating there. So when I finish, oh, the gentleman with white, eh? Yes. Oh, okay. The one seated there. Okay. So good morning once again, and welcome to this session. This session will actually be showcasing the outcomes or the presentations from different sectors who will be reporting on their deliberations. I guess you remember yesterday we had some breakup groups or breakout groups. And we had different sectors. So listed here, I have the water resources and energy sector. I also have the agriculture and food security sector, the health sector, and livestock and rangelands sector, disaster, and also media. So allow me to take this opportunity to invite the first group to present, which is the water resources. Kindly, if you have someone designated to present, come forward. And just to give the TOR for this session, you have a maximum of 10 minutes. I'll be very happy if you could use less than 10 minutes so that we can easily donate that to the discussion. Kindly give a mic to the speaker, and so you will introduce yourself. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Khalid Hasaballah. I'm a hydrologist working for the IGAD Climate Prediction and Application Center. On behalf of the water and energy sector, I will be presenting the implications and the proposed measures for the OND season. So I would like to start my presentation by showing this map presented by Dr. Hussein just in the previous session, which shows that we are expecting wetter than average condition in most of the region. So as an implication on the water and energy sector, we normally do the analysis based on the hydrological units, which is the sub-basin. So start from Juba, Shibeli, Athi, Iwasuniru, Tana, and Lake Victoria. The implications include adequate water for available from the OND expected season. Also enough water for various sectors, including hydropower, irrigation, municipal, and also in the cereal sector. Good hydropower production. However, we are expecting maybe high risk of flooding in downstream areas and also risk of waterborne diseases. Also, we are expecting to have near to above normal stream flow at and lake levels. Other response and proposed measures, these include water conservation measures, provision of early warning and awareness raising regarding the flood risk management, and also schedule the operation of all downstream dams in advance to prevent flooding in downstream areas, and also provision of water treatment chemicals to reduce the risk of waterborne diseases, and also careful monitoring and management of water levels in anticipated the above average stream flow and water levels. For Victoria Nile, Lake Albert, Kagera, Semaliki, Bahr al Jabal, Baro Akobo, Sobat, and White Nile, where the forecast is also above average. The implications include above normal water stream flow, also anticipated high Lake Victoria water level and outflows from Lake Victoria as well. However, also we are expecting potential risk of flooding in many of the areas. The response measures, we are advised to prepare for anticipated high stream flows to prevent flooding, and also provision of early warning and awareness raising related to flood risk. For Bahr al-Jabal, Bahr al-Ghazal, this is a climatology area where the OND is not the main rainy season. However, stream flow is expected to remain the same. Therefore, we are advised to have a continuous monitoring of the water level in the river. For the Blue Nile, Awash, Tekazi, Atbara, Sitit, and Main Nile, this is also an area where OND is not the main rainy season. However, we are expecting reduction in hydropower production and also reduction in water supply due to the previous season. We are also advised to have water conservation measures. For Ogaden, Darur, Nugal, where also the forecast is above normal condition, implications include good water availability for different uses, and also potential risk of flooding in some areas. The proposed measures include provision of early warning and also awareness raising on issues related to flood risk management. For Bangani, Rufiji, and Omo, and the Rift Valley lakes, the implications include above average inflows into the lakes and reservoirs, and also good water availability, and also there is a potential of risk of flooding in some of the areas. Other response measures, we also advise to have careful monitoring of lakes and rivers levels, and also increase the awareness raising related to issues on flood risk management. We have also analyzed the implication on the major hydropower plant within the region, starting from Melka Wakana and Ginali Dawasri. The implications include good reservoir inflows and good hydropower production. However, we advise efficient planning for the hydropower operation. For the Gerd and Roseris, Teki 5, Upper Adbara, Khashmal Girba, and Marawi dams, those are dams located also in the area where OND is not the main rainy season. However, the implications might include good inflows to hydropower production and also for other different uses. However, we also advise to efficiently plan for the hydropower operation and also continue the monitoring of the system. For Masinga, Tarkwel, and Sondo dams in Kenya, the implications also include good inflows to hydropower production and also stable hydropower production. However, the proposed measures also include continuous monitoring of the dams level, and also we advise to continue the efficient planning for the hydropower operation within those areas. For GB 1 and 3, good hydropower production is expected. However, also we encourage the efficient planning for hydropower operation. For Mtera, Yumba, Yamungu, also we expected to have a stable hydropower production due to the good inflows to those hydropower plants. However, also water conservation measures are highly
Excuse me,
recommended.
Khalid, kindly hasten because you only have 1 minute.
Yes, I'm concluding. So, to conclude, the key response measures include inform population from low-lying areas to the risk flooding, and also clearance of urban drainage system to prevent urban flooding. Provide water treatment chemicals at household level for those who are relying on water from open water bodies. Also, provide early warning information to in coordination with DRM agencies. So the overall message is we recommended to have the riparian countries are encouraged to share information on high river flows, extreme rainfall with their downstream transboundary neighboring countries. Also monitor the river, lakes and reservoirs that are currently have high water levels, and they are expected to receive an enhanced flow from the OND season. Lastly, we are also encouraged to have to enforce the policies related to the floodplain management, for example, the construction in floodplain zones. That is it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I guess we can clap better. We know the mathematics we call binomial. We can start from 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1. Okay, let's go. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1. Thank you very much, Khalid. I think the message is clear. Water resources, and I was having a discussion with some friends on the table, and I was telling them that an average human being consumes about 500 liters of water per year. Actually, not consumes, actually exits about 500 liters. Some could exit 1,000, 2,000 per year. And so I was just wondering, where does all that water go to? So that's just something for you to chew. Allow me to invite the next speaker, who is from the Agriculture and Food Security. I guess, do we have one Esaias in the room? Kindly, most welcome, and 10 minutes for you. Kali didn't leave anything for me. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I will present on behalf of the team for agriculture. We have looked at the positive and the negative impacts. As a positive impacts, expected early onset is conducive for early planting, like for Burundi, good prospect for crop production in all member countries, good for land preparation and sowing for irrigated farming in Ethiopia, less conflict of resource among farmers in Tanzania, especially in the pastoralist community. As a negative, flood which could be lead to waterlogging in Burundi, Ethiopia, Kenya, Rwanda, and Uganda, which resulting excessive soil moisture will cause crop damage, especially on tuber and root crops. Leaching, erosion, and landslides will happen. Prevalence of crop pest and disease due to enhanced rain and warmer than average temperature or across the region, risk of locust swarm appearing. As Kenneth Mwangi mentioned earlier, it is happening in Ethiopia. It will help also for coming to another countries like Somalia, Kenya, and Djibouti too. With that, high likelihood of landslide, mainly in highlands and other areas without soil erosion control structure, which could affect farmlands also. and destruction of irrigated infrastructure in Burundi, Djibouti, Kenya, and Rwanda and South Sudan. And post-harvest loss also in Kenya and in South Sudan will happen. High rate of weeds growth increasing to cost farm management. It is regional. And as key response measures and our advisories, we recommend that early dissemination of climate information systems through the existing platform of national GHACOFs, agriculture extension systems, and other channels. It should be done regionally. Farmers and the concerned agricultural body at country level should give proper attention in terms of crop and seed selection, high yielding varieties. Farmers encouraged to always seek professional advice from extension officers. Government should facilitate timely distribution of recommended and appropriate seed, which is from input stock list, which are for a relevant input for the farming community too. With that, promotive of climate smart agriculture technologies like crop diversification, integrated pest management, and disease and technologies like for Burundi and Tanzania, promotion of or establishing or rehabilitation of soil erosion control structures in Burundi, Rwanda, and Tanzania. Early warning, including monitoring and surveillance on desert locusts. It is regional. As key response, we also have farmers and traders advised to put in place appropriate equipment for transportation, drying, storage, and treatment to avoid crop spoilage, contamination areas, expected harvesting in Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, which use of appropriate post-harvest handling measures is essential. Advise farmers to increase acreage under crop production due to this conducive environment, especially in Kenya, is encouraged. Fast-track ongoing campaign on registration of more farmers into the e-voucher fertilizer subsidy programs to open up more opportunity for food production in Kenya, also one of the advisory recommended. As a contingency, advisories like increasing plant for tree planting campaign, increasing tree covers all over the regions, advise multi-agency team working on humanitarian assistance to prepare responses and action, especially for area prone landslide, mudslide, and flood areas regionally. Continuing humanitarian support for regions that are food insecure as a result of different shocks, including conflict. From the Food Security Working Group monthly updates are essentials. The other is promote diversification to other livelihood sources, other income generation activities, beekeeping, carpentry, trade can be done regionally. Earmark budget for strategic grain reservoir, the contingency for this ONED programs. I would like to acknowledge the country focal points, ICPAC, agricultural and food security staffs, partners, and food security working group, and IPC. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, SIS. I think you are the people I would love to work around with. Sorry. At least he has left us with almost 3 minutes, which is really cool. Can we give him another round of applause? Yeah, there is something with the food that never adds up, and I think we were discussing it during our tea break, that on average, how much food do you consume per day? How many kilograms? Yeah, each one of you knows how much. But on average, by the end of the year, you can calculate maybe you have taken 1 ton of food or something. But do you lose 1 ton of food after you have eaten every year? Multiply by your age. So we were discussing, why don't we have giants amongst us? Because for all the years that we have taken food, at least we should see some difference. So there is still a lacuna for the scientists in this area to tell us. But in this sense, I think there is an essence of trying to think about the back end. After we have given all this, what do farmers do, the producers? Yesterday we heard that we lose between 30 and 40% during posts. So I don't know whether within this response, whether we have something that tells us that this is what we should do in the context of this forecast, so that we reduce the 30 to 40 to something like 10% or less. And a food for thought. Next speaker from the livestock sector, I think if I'm not mistaken, should be Dr. Wamalwa. Kindly, the podium is yours.
As they open, this forecast is bringing a lot of excitement to the livestock sector compared to the previous ones. And as the forecast was being made and being compared with 1997, I remembered how the El Nino came, and some of us had never experienced it. It was a tough one. I remember there were some colleagues who were doing vaccination of livestock in a place called Huluko. That is in Kariza, Ichara side. Actually, they got stuck there and they were airlifted, abandoned there the Land Rover and other vehicles. So we were almost thinking and wondering, is this El Nino also going to be like that? And that's the first time as a veterinarian I saw a case of Rift Valley fever. We were crappling around, running around, initially not exactly knowing what it is. Then we suspected. We had to call the Cavete team, at least to help us do the diagnosis, and eventually we found out it was Rift Valley fever. Since that time, the disease became a very frequent one, a very common one, especially in Kenya, where livestock and human lives were getting lost. I hope, Chair, you had not started counting my time. Huh? It is not even open. So it was a very tough moment. Then came 2006, the same thing came. Then 2015, we also expected El Nino. It was tough. With Callistas, we were doing the scenario planning and all that. Then, as probability always has it, it was the opposite. So we were being told that El Nino can also come without rain. Then some of us were reflecting and wondering which El Nino will come without rain. And
excuse me, Dr. I'm sorry.
Has it?
No, I'm told that you had a presentation which has refused to open. But if you would allow, kindly, we can go to the next presenter, and then I'll give you ample time, of course, plus already 3 minutes you have taken.
How do I take 3 minutes and we have not, it is not open, or I'll come with my laptop?
No worries. I guess we'll give you the opportunity, and then I wish for all of us, our health is very important, and I wish to call upon Dr. I think, is it Adugna? I don't know whether I pronounce it correctly. So that you can come here and tell us about the question I asked, about what happens to the food when it gets to our body. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If it is from your time, I can say it. If it is from me, I cannot. Thank you very much. I think I have to go fast and meet the time. So our team is a strong team who worked on this positive aspect of the forecast. And the first one is there will be a good food availability and nutrition still, and especially in some of the countries, it has a positive output, and that will also create an opportunity to have adequate water storage and supply, including for human and animals. Decrease in some diseases like trachoma and scabies. And this is reported especially from South Sudan. There will be reduction of acute watery diarrhea, onchocerciasis, schistosomiasis, and malaria. And in this regard, not only as an advantage, unless we use this as an opportunity to establish a strategy to storing food, having reserves, promote support, post-harvest storage in household level, we may lose the opportunity. There is a need to strengthen water treatment and purification, promote water harvesting for domestic use and for livestock. So we have to use this as an opportunity where there is a shortage of food, especially in semi-arid part of different countries. Coming to the negative aspect of the forecast, we expect the direct impacts like flooding. It will come up with some challenges, as you can see from the slides. It could also result in, it can also propagate the poverty and malnutrition because of some flooding and the loss of crops. And it could also result in displacement of and migration of people to other sites where they are not familiar with. And landslide could also happen. And we have to use this, so we have to communicate the risks, and people have to be prepared timely. Especially flood-prone areas are known historically, and we have to focus on those areas to communicate that very well ahead of time. And the indirect impacts are, those are mitigated, those are resulting in waterborne disease and vector-borne disease. I don't want to go to the details. We have to enhance active surveillance, and we have to provide mechanisms for domestic water treatment, promoting water sanitation and hygiene practices, improve waste disposal system, and all those vector-borne diseases and water-borne diseases, they have a solution. If you take action timely, they have a solution. So we have to practice those things, especially for malaria. This is one of the oldest diseases in which people are familiar with the interventions. And coming to the schistosomiasis, this is also, there is a need for a strong surveillance system in place in the health system. The other one is upper respiratory tract infections in some parts of Kenya, and we have to take corresponding actions, especially strengthening the risk communication and communicate community on time, and preventive measures like case there has to be treatment seeking behavior timely from the community. Maybe the fourth impact is destruction of health facilities and related infrastructure, which will reduce health access. And we have to focus on some systems in which there are components of resilience, health system resilience. So we have to audit our health system where they are located. If they are in flood-prone areas, we have to take some mitigation activities ahead of time. This time we brought the mental health and well-being into account, and based on the current seasonal weather and climate forecast, we mentioned that there will be hope for people. So hope is one of parts of well-being, so the agriculture area may be benefited from this. At the same time, there might be flooding and people might be affected. We have to focus on also women and children and less fortunate groups of people like elderly people and people who are in disadvantage in terms of resource. This can be compounded by increase in psychosocial illness, may result because of people are worried and they face fear and anxiety and trigger psychological injuries and or lead to mental illness. We propose some actions, if you are allowed to say some. The first one is to downscaling the forecasting of subnational scale based on downscaled GHACOF this forecast, preposition commodities or supplies for mitigation, especially in the health area, disseminate the downscaled health sector seasonal climate outlook and advisories for national and subnational actions, undertake risk communication and community engagement, advocacy to the national stakeholders and the public. So this has to be strong. It has to be proactive, especially from the leadership level. And the second one is to carry out social behavior and change communication, carry out national health sector contingency planning, mobilizing resources to implement response activities to impacts. And one of the things I would like to still put forward to the leaders in the, especially the PRS, they have to have, there has to be a resource that could be used for conducting baseline survey. When we are talking about the mental health and well-being, it is affecting any segment of the population. We have to have a baseline, and there has to be awareness creation in communities on health and well-being, and enhanced surveillance for early diagnosis and management, because the mental health and well-being service is not well advanced in our setting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think because you have spoken to the heart of what we are today. We are healthy, and that's why we are present here today. Can we give him another round of applause? Thank you very much, Dr. Adugna. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. One thing that I love about your presentation is you have touched on mental health. I asked a question related to that aspect, which has always been, kind of not featuring in our discussions. So I think if this is happening, then we are going in the right direction. I think the other aspect which I saw coming out very clearly is about how you deal with the emerging illnesses or conditions due to the negative impacts. However, I think we still need to discuss around the quality of the food we eat. I believe all of us here agree that sometimes because of the hard economic times, sometimes you have no choice. You might even eat a stone, but then the healthy people tell us it has nothing. So perhaps on that end, we need to see how best we can deal with the issue of the quality of food. And in this case, I'm talking about nutrition. Because even if we produce so much food because of the expected enhanced rains, then perhaps we need to tell people the type of food to produce and so on. So at this juncture, I hope Dr. Wamalwa is ready. And if you are not ready, I can give you more time. And I hope you remember what we discussed. Welcome.
Thank you very much. This time it has opened quite early. So I like to acknowledge the team members from Ethiopia, Djibouti, Kenya, Somalia, South Sudan, and Uganda, then FAO and the other team members. In all countries, we are expecting a number of positive outlooks, like regeneration of pasture, availability of water, reduced livestock mobility in search of water and pasture, then food security and good nutrition, reduced pneumonias due to predicted warmer temperatures, then increased livestock productivity, that is in terms of meat, milk, hides and skins, then expected stable prices or improvement, that is for Ethiopia and Somalia, due to the exports. Those are the dominant exports, especially to Middle East and North Africa countries. And then it will be favorable for vaccination of livestock and water harvesting. But as much as we have the positives, negatives will hardly miss. There will be displacement due to floods and mudslides, then outbreak of waterborne diseases and internal parasites, transbound animal diseases as well, then outbreak of Rift Valley fever, especially in countries like Kenya, Uganda, South Sudan, and other vector-borne diseases. And then there will be reduced pastures in areas with below average rains, leading to increased movement of livestock in search of pasture and water, leading to land degradation. Of course, some pockets will not receive much rain as we are expecting, and that is why. Then there will be conflict due to migration related to inadequate pasture in areas of little or no rain or floods affected areas. Then livestock deaths due to floods. And then there will be destruction of infrastructure, especially roads, that will affect market access and feed distribution. Then destruction of water reservoirs. Then environmental pollution from dead carcasses in flood affected areas, even though it is not much. And then anticipated infestation of desert locusts, which is currently in Ethiopia. And then for South Sudan, they expect entry of Sudanese pastoralists in search of pasture and water, leading to overgrazing, overstocking, conflict over pasture and water. And then the summaries, the positives is that there will be less mobility of livestock due to available pasture and water, and then less conflict over pasture and water, then favorable time for vaccination and deworming, that is disease control, conducive for restocking, especially in politically motivated countries, as well as pastoralists themselves will restock, and then good and mobile condition for domestic and export trade, then stable prices for livestock products, and then favorable time for water harvesting, as well as favorable time for fodder harvesting and conservation, including conservation of crop residues, then increased terms of trade along the livestock value chain. And then what will be the advisories that can be given is we encourage countries to enhance disease surveillance, especially for Rift Valley fever, even if the countries have never reported these diseases like Somalia and Ethiopia. Surveillance will be very important. Then enhanced production and conservation of fodder, including benefits from the GHACOF beneficiary areas. Then enhance water harvesting, then facilitate community awareness about expected enhanced rains, either to relocate plant fodder, present animals for vaccination, and then water harvesting, and finally, increase members' awareness about the presence of desert locusts in Ethiopia, so that they should be on alert not to be got with pants down the way it happened in 2019-2020. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Daktari. I guess you have spared at least a minute for me. And I guess that we have seen that this is one of the sectors where you have an equal measure of both the positives and the negatives. Because you can see the issue of the mention of possible diseases, other issues to do. I remember one time I went to several semi-arid counties just some 1 year or so ago when the last drought was devastating the region, and one thing I realized was that there were so many dead animals, and in retrospect I checked that around the Horn of Africa we lost in excess of more than 12 million livestock. So we hope that this particular season might perhaps either bring some relief or reduce a little bit of that loss. Although there is still a challenge, I also realized that livestock tend to overeat when they see there is plenty. I think it's more or less the same behavior with the humans. When there is a lot of food, they tend to eat more than they are used to, and then you know what happens after that. So I found some carcass of elephants around the Tana River, basin. And the local community there was saying that, oh, you see, these elephants had actually starved with thirst for a very long time. Now that it rained, an off-season, there was some 2-3 days, and then they all rushed to the river to drink water. And because of taking too much of the water, they died just near the river. So I hope we won't get into that problem. But one last thing, there is that nexus between, when you talked about conflict, between livestock, improvement in a condition for livestock, pasture and water availability. But then there is the issue of the wildlife. So I don't know where we draw the line here, because we normally have, the kind of sharing of these resources between livestock, especially in the pastoral areas, and the wildlife, as well as communities. So perhaps that is something that we need to think about. So having said so much, this is not my session. I would wish to welcome Julie, if at all the disaster management sector, or if somebody else is going to take it over. And I have some 10 minutes for you. Okay. Okay, please, and then you'll introduce your name.
Good morning, I'm Khadar. I'm representing the DRM sector. The sector has been consisting the member states, the guard member states, including the country offices of our partners, SAT Network, WFP, FAOs, and so on. Therefore, the anticipated hazards and disasters based on the forecast, we identified that floods are the imminent hazard that is expected, unanticipated. Of course, landslide and mudslides, waterborne diseases, desert locusts, since it has been detected in part of Ethiopia, then hailstorm, resource-based conflicts, and disaster displacement, tropical cyclone, drought, heat stress, food insecurity. So some of those are real hazards, and some of those are the impact based on the hazards. Therefore, the proposed actions with responsible institutions, starting with the action, then a timely early warning information through radio, and other journalists, including newspapers, TV, social media, that ensure access by all, including women, elderly, and people living with disability. So the dissemination of this information is identified, the channels to disseminate has been identified as those ones. Therefore, the responsible agencies are the NDRM, the National Disaster Risk Management Institutions, will lead, and then then it's end of August. So since we have a lead time, a good lead time, which is about a month or so, therefore we operationalize our anticipatory action frameworks at the national level. Of course, that is also to be guided by the regional anticipator action framework or roadmap. Implementing food-related anticipatory action is also an action that has been predefined. Community education programs to enhance preparedness. Then it's a multi-sectoral by responsibility, coordinated by also the NDMR, the NDRM of the member states. Then it will start in September. The next action is prepositioning key supplies, including shelter, food, etc., for emergency response. Then Ministry of Health and local and national NGOs are also responsible for that. It will also start in September. Establishing effective coordination mechanism in place, that was also an action that has been predefined. The government will lead, and early September is the time that we think it will start. Disaster surveillance, vaccinations, and that include both human and livestock. Then the State Department of Public Health, NGOs and international, local NGOs and the international NGOs are also responsible. That will start in September also. Still, we are in the actions. Relocation of people, immunization against cholera is also an action that has been identified. The national DRM offices also will lead that in collaboration with the ministries of health at the national level. Then it's a continuous process throughout the period. Therefore, the positioning of food and non-food items in anticipation is also identified, and therefore the lead agencies, the Department of Special Programs in the case of some of the member states. And of course, provision of medical supplies and mobile clinic services has also been identified, and the lead agency is the Ministry of Health. End of August and continuous process is also set as a time. And the offering of psychological support services to address emotional and mental well-being during and after disasters has also been identified as an action, and placing some mobile clinics for trauma, consultation has also been identified, and the DRM and Ministry of Health will be collaborating in that term. Therefore, it's a continuous process throughout the season. Promote positive behavioral change related to disaster preparedness, such as gender equitable sharing and responsibilities is also another action that has been identified. Local government, DRM and NGOs are the lead agencies. It's a continuous process. Preparation of El Nino contingency plan has also been identified, including evacuation plan that will include in the contingency plan based on the scenario development, and therefore national DRM offices are the lead agencies. It will start in September. Rapid needs assessment and food provision has also been identified as the lead agency also was identified as the DRM and Ministry of Agriculture. It's a continuous process. This is a diagram that shows that the national multi-hazard early warning systems and also the regional multi-hazard early warning systems are as an integral part in the process of preparedness, then response and recovery throughout the reconstruction process. And this will also be embedded, anticipatory action is frameworks of the countries, of the national frameworks are also identified as an embedding elements, and also the update that is given by the time the season is continuing has also been identified as the seasonal focus updates, and of course the summary for decision making bulletins that follow after the GHACOF statement is released. Of course, the overall, we have emphasized that the anticipatory action framework is to be operationalized at the country level. And of course, that was something that was discussed, and consensus has been reached. Of course, the anticipatory action is where we're heading to adopt, and of course it's on no regret basis. Of course, since we have the focus now and we know what will be happening in the future in the coming one season, of course the OND October to December season, we will be employing the pre-identified or predefined actions that has been identified in the anticipatory frameworks of the national base. Thank you very much, and
Thank you very much, Sheikh Kadar Mohammed. I guess disaster is something that is close to our hearts, and it's a multi-sectoral issue, which I guess cuts across all the previous sectors that have been discussed here. We have seen a raft of actions that we need to take, and we know sometimes during an El Nino year like what we are anticipating can really be very devastating. I remember the 1997, and so maybe I need not go back there. So thank you very much once again. Can we clap for Sheikh Kadar Mohammed? So at this juncture, allow me to invite the last group to speak, but not the last person to speak, because I'll speak after that. The media. I think I have, is it Amebet or somebody else to speak on behalf of the media? I know we all need the media, especially to communicate all these things. Karibu and welcome.
Thank you. My name is Kamis Cosmas, and I'm going to speak on behalf of the media. We had two media institutions, private and government, and in our discussion, we agreed on several points that we need to work collaboratively to support the information that has been produced by the expert. In our media contribution to scenario planning, we mentioned that we need to use the television, radio, newspapers, magazines, and the internet to publish the information that has been produced by the expert in this room. So that is one thing that we proposed as media people. And we also said we need to do media stakeholder mapping for us to know exactly who do we speak to and what information do we want to get from that particular stakeholder, so that it can help us pass the information further to the public. We also propose the use of interviews, specifically to people who are concerned. And the media people, of course, are not expert in terms of producing climate information, but we feel that it's necessary for us to go and interview people who are concerned with this particular information so that we are able to understand the terminologies used in that particular field. We also propose press conferences that we feel is necessary for us to publish this information further, and that is something that we also feel is of importance to us as media people. Use of Vox Pop, getting further voices from the public, and then we air in either in the radio or in the television for us to know exactly whether they are using this information or this information is only ending in this room. Storytelling, something we propose, is important for us as media, and this particular point also will also further the information that we get from the scientists, so that the public is able to know what is ongoing in terms of climate changes across the region or across the world. We propose a roundtable discussion, and this will be done by scientists, especially in the radio and then at televisions. People will be invited to talk about the changes in the environment and in the climate scenarios across the region. So this will be done across the IGAD region in the different media houses. Dissemination of climate information is something that we feel is also important for us. For example, all this material that has been produced, we need to disseminate this particular material to the public at large. We also feel like conducting seminars or meetings with different communities across IGAD region for us to understand whether our people understand what is climate change or not. Translating this information to local languages, for example, Arabic, one of them, Swahili, which is mostly understood in Kenya, and partly Uganda is also important. French, for those who understand French, is also important. And we feel that it is necessary that there are some languages in the region that we also need to translate this information. For example, in Somalia, it can be translated to local language. In South Sudan, Juba Arabic. In Kenya, I think Swahili maybe is the most, and other countries across the region. Radio talk shows, which is something that we feel is important. For example, after this particular discussion, we are supposed to have a radio talk show to inform the public about the particular event that is happening right now and what are the advisories to the different sectors across the region. We also feel that using drama or dramas across the region is important for people to understand more, because we know that when we use dramas, people understand the information further. We also feel like the media also need to be pushed into the climate services activities. Embedding media is important. At least each and every sector need to have somebody who can really be able to understand the discussions in that particular sector and then bring out to the public for consumption. For those working on newspapers and the magazines, we propose continuous publication of articles based on advisories that are issued by the scientists across the region. The next point that we feel is also important for us as journalists and the media personnel is to do research on climate. Of course, it was mentioned, and we also feel that there's a gap that people don't understand climate services well, so we need to do further research as media people and then downscale it to the local population to understand it more. There's what we call radio jingles, which always run for either 58 seconds or 45 seconds, just telling people about changes across the region in terms of climate disadvantages. So we feel that it's important for us to start producing those particular messages so that the public can understand. There's also what we call participatory scenario planning, that the media personnel need to get involved further into this particular activity so that we understand, because there are some terminologies that the media people do not understand. For example, when the scientists use their terminologies, we don't understand. So during those planning sessions, we need to get involved so that we understand it further and break it for the normal person to understand in a layman's English. Use of social media, which is common, and we feel that we need to, as media people, we need to use social media further. For example, once it's published by IGAD through their Twitter, we need to take it further to our own media houses across the region so that people who are not able to understand what is going on, they are able to know, because not everybody is following ICPAC social media platforms, but some of us do follow, and we need to further the information. The last point is community forums, especially for the government Met departments. The communication personnel propose that they need to organize sittings like this across either the counties or the PIAMs or the villages for them to discuss these services further so that people are aware of climate scenarios or impacts across the region in terms of different sectors. So briefly, that's what the media have come up with to support your work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amebet. I guess the media is our greatest partner here. And I think the 65th GHACOF session has opened up something very important from what he just told us. The issue of bringing research into weather dissemination and communication. Because I've interacted with the media for the last about 25 years, and that is something I've always made noise about. Because somebody would ask you a question about the last GHACOF, and then they can't remember what they reported that time. So I think that is one of the good outcomes from this particular meeting. We have also seen several other proposals. I think social media, you would agree with me, is coming out very strongly because when you look around the region, the subscription to mobile and smartphone has significantly increased. For example, in Kenya, we are talking about subscriptions of almost 70 million, while the population is just about 50 million. Meaning some people phones, one for social, Line one is official, the other one is I don't know for what. So basically, I think those are some of the issues we need to integrate into this good story now that we are awaiting the El Nino. And for me, is first to ask and request you to clap for the speaker once again, because he closed this session. And let us go back to the binomial. We do 10, we start from 10 for all the 6 speakers who spoke in the different sectors so that they can feel appreciated. So we start with 10, we come to 9, up to 1. Okay, we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2. You see now? Okay, that is enough. It seems when you are given too much, then you tend to move so fast. So I think at this opportunity, we still have a couple of minutes. Thank you for saving some 4 minutes for us, the last speaker. Although overall it also came from the contribution of others. We have a discussion session with regard to this particular session where you may have questions, you may have comments or suggestions, and in this case you can throw them to any of the sectors so that we get a response. So perhaps let me start from that end, because the tradition has been that people have been starting from where they are. So I want to start from the last column this way. You can ask your question or comment, suggestion, and then the concerned person or persons can actually maybe note down, and then we'll give you a session to respond. From that end, that row coming all the way, the first row there. Perhaps maybe I should have some small stones so that I can throw. Any question? You can raise your hand. Yes, at the end there. Or maybe you are just pointing to the skies. You have a question or comment? Okay, there seems there is on this row. Kindly speak up. I can't see your face.
My name is Bernard Gitao from MediaMax. My question touches on, there was one presentation which indicated that this year, 2023, is among the hottest, or the temperature are high. I would like to know from when and the degrees that we are experiencing. And the reason is why we are saying it's the hottest, and it's continued to break the record.
Thank you very much, Getao. Any other question, comment, or suggestion? It seems we have no questions today. Okay, please, I can see one hand at the back there.
Morning, thank you. I'm Peter Johnston from the Confer Project. My question is to the media. We know that media is very important, and communication in the media is vital. So 2 issues come up for me. One is the fact of local language. I'm not sure whether media, we saw in the poster outside that radio is the most popular media usage, or where people get the forecast from. But how important is it to have in local language if we're getting right down to the farmers? That's my question. And then secondly, how much information is lost in the translation and communication? Because very often the media summarizes a message. So they would say, for example, El Nino, very wet. And that's not the full story. So my question is, how do we ensure that the media gets to the farmers with the right language, and secondly, with the right kind of communication?
Thank you very much for that question. You know, the current population in Africa is about 1.46 billion. And we have a community that speaks Amharic, about 115 million. So just close to your question, it's very important when we look at to which languages we can translate and maybe cover more people. But that's not for me to answer. So somebody will answer you. Do you have another question? Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Philip. I'm from the water sector.
in Kenya. My question concerns the transboundary pest, and I'm concerned when you're managing the desert locust, could there be some negative impacts, probably to the water sources, especially from the chemicals that you use to control the desert locust, and also probably to know whether you have done any assessment as far as the impact of the various chemicals on beekeeping industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Philip. Straight. I think I saw during the presentation something to do with the impact of controlling the desert locusts vis-a-vis the apiculture. So I think the speaker will come back to that and elaborate. There's another question in the middle there.
Yes,
at least we have the sound of a lady for the first time.
Yeah. Should I stand up or should I sit down?
Okay, please.
Okay, I'm visible on the screen.
You want to come in front here?
No, thank you. No,
okay.
Thank you. So I have a comment and a question and kudos. So for Qadar's presentation, I saw that there's psychosocial support, which I think is really downplayed, and it's looked at as a by the way. So the fact that they put it there is awesome. So kudos to that. So that's a comment, not a question. And then now the rest of the activities and the things that you're doing. By the way, my name is Hodho. I'm a gender expert with SOMREP Consortium. It's a consortium of 8 NGOs. Anyway, I digress. So in those, each and every activity, it needs to be, I feel, differentiated, because the experience of different people is, of an intervention. Just because you have an intervention that is like this, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be good for everybody. So is there an assessment before to see the differentiated needs of, women, women of different ages, women of different ethnicities, women of different, academic levels, men, the same, boys, the ladies, do they have children? All these dynamics, we forget about them, and they play a big role in how meaningful the participation will be. So the question is there like an assessment or an analysis or something for gender equality and social inclusion, to include everybody and see how you can best package your activities and your interventions to suit, not just a blanket intervention. Then for the communication presentation, same thing. Do you guys, before you have, I know you have a communication strategy, I know you think about language differences, but do you also factor in that, for example, we know that worldwide, 75% almost of unpaid care work and domestic work is done by women, and sometimes they don't have the time. They don't have maybe the access to radios and whatever media it is that you're using. So do you also go specifically to see how you'll package a message to reach your intended target? Because yes, maybe the message is perfectly said, perfectly packaged, but the source, how are you taking it to the women, the people with disabilities, the people, the most vulnerable? How do you package your communication, and how do you structure it, and what methods would you use for that to be effective? I'm sorry for the long questions.
Thank you very much. I expected it to be long when you said you are a gender expert, because in this part of the world we are very sensitive to issues touching on gender, and I believe that the responsible sector will answer you. Although I heard you had a mouthful, kind of several questions, but the first comment was quite good. in terms of we do not know whether we take care of the psychosocial aspects in all this. So can I have either a last or two last questions so that we can give the podium for, there is a hand here and another one here. So I'll take those two first. If I leave you out, then later I can consider you during lunchtime.
Thank you. Actually, I participated in the agriculture sector side meeting yesterday. Towards the end of the day, there was a presentation from Confer team raising 3 interrelated questions on the GHACOF processes and results. So I know I will not represent that team, but the discussion and the question was very challenging, which I thought the entire participants need to hear about it. So if I may, Dr. Peter, please raise that last question on which some of us felt that we need something like super GHACOF to address those instead of going from one GHACOF to the other. Because I remember similar questions and challenges were raised during GHACOF 64, and we had to raise the same question. So I hope I whet your appetite enough, and may I ask the distinguished team member and leader of that team to lead us into that question, if I may, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The last one, please, you can take 1 second.
Thank you. Yes, I'm here.
Okay, I see another hand, but let me give you the first chance. Just 1 second, and then you...
Okay.
And please don't repeat if the question has been asked. Please proceed.
Thank you. Mine is not a question, but it's an issue related to one of the issues mentioned by the last presenter on the media. He encouraged maybe the engagement of journalists with climate scientists so that they can have a better understanding on the climate terminologies. So I wanted to mention that GHACOF is now doing an effort. Maybe I will give one example under the Down to Earth project. I'm working for a project called Down to Earth. So last week we have organized a tailored training for journalists at Isiolo County at the county level, where we invited more than 30 journalists. So we try to build their capacity on how to report on issues related to climate change. We will be doing the same training next week in Ethiopia and also in Hargeisa in Somalia. Thank you.
Okay, I think the message is clear and home. You have already answered one of the questions, therefore I'll not call you to answer it again. Dr. Pamela, I think I'm gender sensitive now.
Good. My own is to really register my joy for the inclusion of psychosocial issues in the GHACOF discussion, and to hunch that we can have a framework that speaks to the integration of mental health issues in the disaster response, and especially for climate-related disasters. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pam. I think it's kind of, I was lobbying for mental health from yesterday, and we have an expert here also. And so I'll quickly take this opportunity to call upon people from the different sectors. Perhaps you just take 1 minute. Don't say too much, because I think the sugar levels are going down. And then you respond. I think there is a question from Getao on high temperatures. I think we had a presentation by Stefan from the UK Met Office. Do we have somebody to respond on his behalf, or he could be online? I don't know. Or the people working in that group. There is Dr. Hussein, who presented after Dr. Stefan. Anybody? Or anybody from GHACOF, from ICPAC? The question regarded that he reported the issues of high temperatures, and that July was one of the warmest, I think the warmest, not the coldest. And therefore, maybe, Getao, you can rephrase your question. But I remember it regarded the issue to do with the high temperatures reported by Stefan from the Met Office. Okay, then maybe if not ready now. Okay, please get out if you are here. You can rephrase your question. Somebody from ICPAC or from this forum.
I wanted to know when we say July was the warmest, at what extent? How many degrees comparing to when?
Oh, thank you very much. So the issues of climate trends. Anybody? We have so many experts here. Paulino.
Yeah, actually for you to know the months, if it's hottest or cooler or average, normally we standardize the historical data from, for example, we can say from 1981 to 2023. Then we compute anomaly based on the baseline, and this baseline for us to measure the climate change or change in the pattern. Then now we have to select 30 years as a baseline. Then every year compared, or every month or season compare with that long-term mean or baseline for us to assess is above or below. Now when it become a higher figure, now we are talking about something bigger than the normal or warmer than usual. So the all anomalies for July were sorted from the smallest to biggest. Then now you can say the July was on the top because it is the warmer anomalies compared to previous years. Thank you.
If you have to add,
yes, Aderu.
Because Stefan is not online, ACE was global.
Yes.
Paulino will deal more for the GHA, but it was generally global when you can compute the anomaly for global sea surface temperatures. So you need to have that distinction is global.
Thank you, Atheru. I'm also a researcher, and from the trends I've looked in the region, especially in East Africa, the temperatures have risen between 0.1 to about 0.8 degrees Celsius in the last 40 years. So perhaps you can have an idea with regard to when we say July was warmer. So perhaps where are we coming from? Okay, Philip? There is another question on disaster, that is desert locust, that was asked by one Philip. Somebody from disaster, you may wish to respond to that?
Thank you very much. On the impact of pesticides, as per the last invasion, there were different techniques that were used in control. So it means different pesticides were used because of the size of the swarms, the class of pesticides. There are regulatory authorities in every country. For example, in Kenya, we have the Poisons and Pharmacy Board that imports allowed pesticides that are used in control in agriculture, in pest management and the likes. And every now and then there's more research that goes on. For example, a class of pesticides that were used in intense control in parts of Ethiopia caused bees to die en masse for close to 2 years. That region could not export honey, yet honey was their biggest livelihood source, being dry areas. And that means they lost livelihoods worth $120 million US per year. That is about $240 million US. That means that as crops were being protected, another people's livelihood was being impacted, and this research that was done. So as the IGET platform, what we've done is that we've brought in researchers also. We have ICIPE that deals with insect control, and they've been educating member states on alternatives. For example, biopesticides, and we are proud to say that we are developing regional guidelines on the registration on biopesticides and biocontrol. That means if you use biopesticides on locusts or on any other pest, you're not worried about environmental impacts because efficacy has been assessed, the impact on environment has been established, and their bio means they degrade quite easily, and their impact is very selective on a certain class of pests. So with that, biopesticides control and regulations are being registered in many member countries, And the advantage of that is that the impact might not be knockoff. You might not spray locusts and they die immediately. So member states have been educated to know that when you control swarms, it can take 4 days, but they will not feed on vegetation or on crops. They'll lose their appetites because that's how it acts, and then eventually they'll die. So it's about education, revising procedures, and implementing better standards in the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kenneth. I guess you have heard it. I think the desert locust has been something that sort of was forgotten in this region, but then when it emerged in December 2019, then it became of interest. So I think perhaps biological control as opposed to chemical might save our bees and the environment, and perhaps also awareness and education. So thank you very much. I think there is this monster question on the the psychosocial issue from the gender expert. So I don't know who will handle this, but I want you to be very brief. We only have about 4 minutes. If one can respond to that. We didn't have a sector that was specifically for gender. So I would call upon anybody in this hall to, okay, Daktari, Sayas, you can take, or is it Dugna? Yeah, please, you can give it a shot.
Thank you very much. I'm not quite sure to respond to that question, but I would like to air something which is, I think, important related to this well-being and mental health and in relationship to gender. I think the mental issue is one of the health aspects with no or limited evidence in the health system. Our health system is not recording mental health issues. It's not recorded as malaria, as diarrhea daily. So we don't have this available to the data analysis. So we have to do some qualitative analysis, and we have to take advantage of including this in conducting surveys and include in our system. So it's not something that you develop today and get cured of it tomorrow. This is something which is staying with people with some time, and that requires rehabilitation, so on and so forth. So it is expensive for the health system, but we have to move forward how this is affecting people. It's not only illness and something, but it is something which is also causing people to leave their place and go further away, even leave their culture, everything. So I think we have to take this into account. When it comes to the gender issue, still that is another part of social determinants of health, and it is a bit that requires our efforts in terms of skill and resource. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think those social aspects are quite important. She gave GHACOF or say ICPAC and all the partners a challenge, whether we carry out the assessments so that we can integrate some of those aspects into maybe the interventions, the measures that we try to put across, because it's quite important. And I think before I end this session, there is still one thing that remained about the translation into local languages. I think he asked about what happens to the information that is lost after you have read out a translation. For example, if you translate some advisory from English to Kiswahili, which is spoken by a majority of communities in the Horn of Africa and Central Africa, what happens? Does the message reach as it is supposed to, or it is diluted along the way? So I don't know whether the person from media could touch on that, or somebody else who could be an expert in that area. What happens? How do you bridge the gap between the loss of this and that? Anybody?
Solomon, are you within? Okay.
Well, I think, as Cosmas said earlier said, is that as Cosmas said earlier said during his presentation, is that during the public the engagements for the participatory scenario planning, we have translation. We engage scientists to have translation of jargons to make sure that the public can easily understand. So I think that's one of the ways that we can use to make sure that no information is lost, and to make sure that all the words that are used in weather and climate information are well translated to, say, Swahili, French, or other languages that we're going to communicate using. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope you are satisfied. But having been in the media, I think also there is an aspect of doing more of the explanation. Sometimes the direct translation from one language to another might not completely prevent the loss of maybe the value of that message. But when you explain, you have the opportunity to explain what you mean, then it now brings back the full value of that information. So I think there is Peter Johnson, you need to respond to something.
Thank you very much. This is a bit unexpected, but yesterday we had a dialogue, I'm just getting it up here on my computer, where we asked questions about the information that comes from GHACOF, specifically about the El Nino situation. And that was just one example of the way GHACOFs and NCOFs communicate. And the question I asked to the group after we had some other discussion was, how do you think the GHACOF and NCOF processes could reduce the negative impact of El Nino conditions? And there was a lot of discussion because we realized that here we are presented with the scientific data. We are presented by sectors who look at the information and say this is likely to happen and this is how we should respond. But that's at this level. And the question is really, how do we get that to the NCOFs? How do we get that to the national level? And from the national level down into the field, into the departments, into the governments, into the decision makers. So the suggestion was for a super GHACOF. Now, GHACOF has been going around for 25 years. I've probably been to 15 GHACOF meetings, and they're fantastic. And sometimes there's a pre-GHACOF, and sometimes GHACOF is 2 days, sometimes it's 3 days. So the suggestion is that perhaps at some point in the future we have a super GHACOF, just once, maybe once off, or repeat it every maybe 5 years, say, where we get a whole lot of stakeholders involved and we have discussion groups on how this communication of the climate information actually happens and can be transferred down the chain. When we talk about indigenous language or local languages, that's a very important issue. GHACOF is always presented in English. And sometimes the message in English is lost. I'd like to ask a question here. What is the word for weather in Swahili? The word for weather in Swahili. Can someone tell me?
Hali ya hewa.
Okay, thank you very much. I didn't get that. I won't be able to say that. Maria Hela. You see, you're all laughing at me now. Haria Hela.
Yeah, that has a different meaning.
Okay, so what is the word for climate in Swahili? The question is, I don't really need to know, but is there a difference in the two words for climate and weather? Because in many indigenous languages, it's the same word. So there is some difficulty in communicating. So I'm reflecting the group who were suggesting that maybe a super GHACOF is a place where we can evaluate the effectiveness of the GHACOF process, we can involve in stakeholders, and we can then have a look at how to reduce the negative impacts of climate risk and also enhance the positive impacts. So there are many positive impacts coming out of this GHACOF. How do we enhance that? And how do we make decisions that reduce the negative impacts such as flooding, such as overwatering of crops, access to fields, insects, locusts, etc. And we need to have that discussion with the people who are making decisions. I hope that's helpful, sir.
Thank you very much, Johnson. And I think there is no better time to close this session. We have heard so much. Perhaps maybe some of us have no space for food anymore. But for me, it's just to thank all of you, the presenters, and also those who asked the questions, and also the listeners. And I think if you have any question that was left out, or comment or suggestion, we can always have a discussion out there. And I think GHACOF gives us the opportunity to continuously deliberate on these issues. So on behalf of myself, I would wish to take the mic back to Dr. Linda. But before that, I think I want to leave you with something. I don't know how many of you ever took hot porridge. What was the feeling if you just took it without knowing? Yeah, so it's a disaster, yeah? Yeah, so I think that's how we should think about the El Nino, forecast that we are anticipating. We don't know actually what the feeling will be like, but I hope it will be for the best. My name is Richard from the Kenya Meteorological Department. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mwita, and I'll just invite you to come on stage for the next session. We're about to have a brief discussion, which we've already preempted in this session, and I want to invite our panelists. Dr. Mwita, take the stage. Kada Mohammed, Professor Lago, Dr. Mwita, you're still here, and then Alice, Dr. Alice Odingo, please. So we've already begun to preempt the discussions from this session. And part of it, what we wanted to do was not just leave the standard discussions that we have with the normal sector, but begin to dive in some of the issues that have been talked about, have been discussed, but have not been looked at different lenses. And the first has to do with what Dr. Peter Johnson talked about, and I'll start with Kada. Maybe I can give you the mic. And you talked about how do we ensure that what's happening in GHACOF, we're facing an El Nino year. We've talked about 1997. I think 1997 is the one that made El Nino famous. Before that, we didn't really hear about El Nino. So we are looking at possibly extreme rainfall. And we give a regional focus, we'll give a national focus. But when you look at the whole scale of anticipatory action, in terms of response to disaster risk reduction, early warning, we have how we generate the information, how we disseminate it, how we respond. And we've been saying this at GHACOF for the longest time. Why is early warning not leading to early action? So maybe you can give us a perspective coming from the member states. Where do you see the gaps and the challenges are?
Thank you, Dr. Linda. Of course, the challenges are so many, and that's why the agencies that I or some DRM practitioners work for always deal with challenges, actually. But the biggest challenge is that understanding the information that are gushing from our sister sectors like meteorologists is, of course, give us some impressions that we really take measures to prepare for. And of course, that has been evolving several years, and it was improving actually, but still the challenges are there. Of course, we deal with communities. We tell them, give them information actually that is maybe regenerated or reproduced within our systems, within our multi-hazard early warning systems. And therefore, when we are disseminating these messages, we're being very careful. We're being very careful to an extent that we reflect the jargon, the you know, the words, the language that the meteorologists speak, which is a jargon, kind of jargon. So translating those jargons into understandable, simple language that layman, a community member can understand and take, you know, action based on that information is something that we have difficulty in it. Therefore, the closeness, kind of, I could say that you know, we sometimes work in coordination, but far more than that is that the coordination we're doing is just seasonal, some kind of seasonal. We see each other in the basis of seasonal. When you're producing product at the seasonal level, you also, thank you very much, you also give us the updates, but those updates are thrown to us, are not discussed, of course. Sometimes the forecast, the main forecast, the seasonal one that is given may sometime change in the middle of the season, and there a product, another different product is produced that is more like different. And remember that we gave different information to the community. Now it's becoming difficult to us to change that tone, you know, all of a sudden, and tell them the opposite, of course. So the trust part is lost at that point. And of course, we have to improve the level of I know that it's probabilistic, of course, but the communities do not know. The communities, you know, take the information as it is, whether you tell them it's probabilistic or not. It takes, you know, us to stand at the difficult level in all parties. We deal with hazardous risks and even the communities, you know, understanding part of the information. Therefore, I think the super, you know, monster kind of, you know, climate drivers like El Ninos, the Indian Ocean dipole you talk about, those have no place at the community level. They just end up at our level, and therefore we also miss what to tell them. We just sometimes remind them what it looked like in 1997, and maybe they will reflect, and some people were not even born at that or those years, so they will not even know what it means, 1997 super rains or so on. So I think I can little bit summarize on that, the understanding part. We should improve the coordination, of course, and see each other more often. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those were some very key issues on the challenges with translation that similar to what was said earlier. And coordination, you're right, beyond just GHACOF, and also with the information, we do give it monthly. And during monthly updates, there's no co-production for the monthly updates and the weekly updates. And which brings me, I think, to our next speaker, Professor Lago. We have just given a focus for El Nino, and usually there's how we move as practitioners. We have a kind of a template on how we do things. And when you come to the university, you have a template on how you do things. And I was in university at the beginning of my career, and research usually is driven by curiosity. So when the work that is being done in the university, sometimes it's what is the scientist interested in discovering, but in the practice, we are doing what we do, and they're not necessarily to speaking to one another. So I think with ICCA was one of the areas, being a graduate of ICCA, where you introduced community aspect, interdisciplinary aspect. So how can we begin to use research to feed into what we are doing to fill some of the gaps that have been described today?
Thank you very much, Dr. Linda. Climate services are quite important, and climate services is fundamentally provision of information and of products. But how do you provide information? What is information anyway? Information is something that you know. It comes from knowledge. And the knowledge comes from research. So we can't dissect climate services from that aspect. At the ICCA, we follow a transdisciplinary approach. That's the Institute for Climate Change and Adaptation. And we consider the entire spectrum of actors. And we consider that climate services and information are really important to all groups of actors. Now, we've had a lot of talk about people at the community level or grassroots level. Traditionally, because of how forecasts were done before in Kenya, at least I can say that when you turned on the news, they're going to talk about two things. They're going to talk about rainfall, and then they're going to talk about the high temperatures and the low temperatures. And then that was it. Beyond that, there wasn't a connection that was direct with what is actually being done on the ground by the different actors. Traditionally, again, we've been thinking, the people who need climate information most are people who are farming. Lesser so those who are in livestock keeping. But of course, there have been sectors that have always needed this information, but they never knew that they needed it. These include like the insurance industry, the other sectors where we have roads and transportation. They would primarily use this information in a very, very cursorily way in designing products, but not without a full understanding of what is happening. Climate change is changing that, because weather itself is changing in a way in which we cannot yet fully determine. And that is why we need the research to continue. If we're talking about the changes in weather, are these changes kind of in a predictable, regime, or can things happen in a nonlinear way and we get unexpected weather occurring? Climate, yes, we know it is also changing, but it is not necessarily linear. It can also be nonlinear. And the information that we get from research serves to better support the climate information that actually goes out. It can be tailored to speak to specific sectors. It can be tailored to speak to 1 day or 2 days, or to longer terms like the El Nino timescales, as well as longer term forecasts, which are really needed for long-term sustainable development and planning in various sectors. Right now, I'm also involved in an assessment of how resilient Kenya's infrastructure is to climate change. And we find in many instances it's also not even quite resistant to the weather changes that we see from day to day. And so the packaging of this information, the consideration of the actors who are involved and who should be getting this information, the mode in which this information is transmitted, the level of clarity and the applicability of it are all factors that need to be taken into account. These are things that, as researchers, we think about them, and when we think about the best ways, and we can test them. And so I think for those who are working at the end of giving out climate information, they really need to come back to the researchers and say, hey, what new thing do you have here that can best, information that can be used to better convey the messages that we have and to have better implementation success in different areas, and basically then to also contribute towards that knowledge, awareness, and capacity to assimilate and to effectively utilize the information that is provided. Thank you.
We hold the mic for just 1 more minute, because we've had a lot of questions this morning. And on mental health, Dr. Dunya said we don't have enough information. Desert locusts, impact on water, were caught unawares. So I think as we're beginning to see impacts on climate, on different things that are not traditionally of knowledge. We've talked about issues to do with security And the challenge for actors and policymakers is we don't have enough information. So how can we ensure that the research is being done to catch up with the gaps in knowledge that we are having across the board in terms of issues or sectors being impacted by climate?
Thank you. You have raised the issue of mental health, so maybe I can speak to that. I had a PhD student who worked on that in the Isiolo area. Now, the first thing, I mean, weather and climate have always had some impact on mental health. It's only that we never really paid that much attention to it as we should have. We've probably been living with sick societies ever since the days of Adam and Eve, all the way until today. But the recognition of the fact that you can get a lot of mental health impacts arising out of the effects of changes in weather or changes in climate is only beginning to be realized. But it is being realized, first of all, by the affected communities, and then it is being realized also by the researchers. But the people in policy and decision making, for example, in health, they don't seem to take this very seriously, and they have not yet made that connection. And that's why I was saying there's really a strong need for stakeholders to all get together and come up to speed with the new realities on the ground. Given the longevity and the rising longevity of different factors like droughts, for example, the intensity and high magnitudes of floods, and all of those, they are beginning to impact on societies in ways in which we had not thought of before. And one of the reasons is because we have, with our rising populations and the need to get into greener areas, we are moving into areas that are more disaster prone, and thereby exposing more and more of our populations to these effects. So it is really very important that we look into those traditionally we can say, neglected areas. And I think this is happening across the board. We have other issues that relate to, things like air pollutants, aerosols, or even just pollen, which again, are conveyed by the climate systems, and they have major health effects. We have alerts that are well known now in places like China, in the Americas. But even here, we still don't even know just to what extent we are exposed in Nairobi to these kind of effects. So it's really important that we begin to speak. The question is, who will be the anchor? Who will bring people together to talk on these issues?
Thank you very much. And Dr. Mwite, to you, one way that we've filled knowledge gaps in Africa, or at least we have advocated for knowledge gaps to be filled, is using indigenous knowledge. And we've seen that has been reflected in many global resolutions. And we've been with you in the ground where we've dealt with the indigenous knowledge in Taita Taveta, and you've also done the research on this. But the challenges that we've been facing with indigenous knowledge it's different from place to place. So how can we bring in, because I think there's been an acknowledgement that yes, indigenous knowledge is important, but then when it comes to integrating it into actual science and information, nobody knows how to do that. In your studies, how can we do this? How can we bring that information that has been harnessed through a different system into forums like this?
Thank you, Linda, for having me. First, we need to think about what is local knowledge, what is indigenous knowledge, and sometimes they also talk about traditional knowledge. So there is still some misunderstanding. But some times back, I remember I did some literature review, and you find that in different environments, people understand it differently. Initially, I thought in the Western countries there was no anything similar to indigenous knowledge, but I was told I was wrong because they would equate it to something called local knowledge. So what is this animal? It is basically the knowledge or the information held by an individual over a long period of time. This could be through observation, could be through practice, and also in some communities, especially African communities, it could be inherited. And therefore, it has to do with what you perceive, what you see, what you hear, what you feel. It is all part of what we would now call indigenous knowledge. And so in that context, we find that there was a time when it was not acceptable to integrate indigenous or local knowledge into science. But you see, over time, as Dr. Linda alluded to, even the science community have come to accept it. And how did this come? You find research by people like Glenn in 1933. You also find an IPCC report around 2002 and 2003 talking about why does agriculture fail. And the answer is that it's because it does not fully integrate the opinions and aspirations of the end users, and in this case, the local community, the farmers, and the rest. And therefore, when it comes to the issue of innovation or technology, like now the weather and climate forecasts, then it means the person who will use it becomes important. And that's why in the recent years, we have had the aspect of co-production and co-designing, so that you can sit together with the end user and tell them, yes, I am the modeler, I am the forecaster here, but I would wish to know what exactly you need so that I can be able to align it to what the models and what the data is saying. So that now takes us to the next phase of the discussion as to what then is the role of indigenous knowledge, say in climate services. Of course, we can list so many, but I think one of the most important roles that indigenous knowledge would play first is to create a sense of ownership with regard to, the use of technology in weather and climate services. Because, for instance, if you go to any local setting in Africa or in the Horn of Africa and ask the farmer or ask the pastoralist, what do you need? They will tell you, I need rainfall in order I can be able to fulfill my needs for livestock, for food, and so on. But then, if you tell them I have this product which will guide you in terms of how much rainfall or how much pasture you may expect, they'll tell you, no, I know these patterns. I know when it comes to March, I know the rains will be coming in the second week of March or in the third or fourth week or whichever time of the year. So what happens in that case? You would need now to try and negotiate so that you can tell them, yes, I know you know these things, but perhaps I have this information because we can analyze it together and bring it on the table. And therefore, the issue of ensuring that they feel they own the information so that they can use it is very important in the role for indigenous knowledge. Also, the issue of trust. Can you trust somebody who comes to you and says, today you are not going to eat your favorite, say rice and fish. Today I think you should take spaghetti and maybe some veggies. Would you trust that person at first instance? You won't trust that person at first instance. So in this sense, there is what the user or the stakeholder in question believes in, and there is what you bring on the table. So in order for that to align with what they believe in or what they can use or do, then they would need to trust. And therefore, indigenous knowledge plays a critical role in terms of cementing the trust between, say, the producers of weather forecasts and the indigenous local knowledge. Then again, we see local knowledge becoming very important, especially because they are rich in the knowledge or the know-how of the local environment. Assume you are a forecaster or a climate expert who is actually running simulations from a certain center in Germany, and then you are disseminating it to a farmer in some part of Tanzania. What is the relationship between that information and that person who is on the ground? So the role of indigenous knowledge or the knowledge held by this individual is critical because they would try to see whether it speaks to what they know. And when you read much of what has been researched on indigenous knowledge, they say that the farmer is always correct. The end user or the user of information is always correct. Why? Because before you bring the new innovation or technology you want to introduce to them, there is already what they have been using. They already know what they want. And therefore, if what you bring is not aligning to what they need, then probably then it is off the environment in which they work in. The other important role that we can pick out for indigenous knowledge is the issue of knowledge sharing. That if you undertook a baseline survey today in any part of the Horn of Africa and ask the question, how far do you remember, or what do you remember? What are the specific important weather or climate events do you remember? They'll mention, I was amazed by one pastoralist who gave me a chronology of the droughts that we have experienced in Kenya. He started by telling me we had a very bad drought in 1936 to around 1942. And when I went to the records, it was one of the worst in the region. It wiped almost 8 million people and more than 20 million livestock in this region. Then again, I went on and he mentioned about 1953 to around 1956. Then this person again told me in 1969 there was a drought. But then the longest, and that was the worst again, was around 1971 to 1976. And when I went to the records, I found it was true. There was only some good rainfall towards the end of 1971. But after that, there was a very bad drought after that. Then 1981, 1984, then 1989, 1999, 2001, 2002, and coming all the way to 2011, and even in the recent past. So in essence, issue of knowledge sharing is important when it comes to the utilization of indigenous knowledge. But last but not least is about the importance of integration of this indigenous knowledge within the formal or the science-based weather and climate services, whereby we see that in the recent years, we as meteorological services have been engaging the local communities. And you find that in consensus building, we are able to ask them, what do they see? And then we tell them, this is what we see ourselves. And then we have a middle ground where we can agree or we disagree. And objectively, we come up with a consensus kind of focus. So the role of indigenous knowledge cannot be overemphasized with regard to that there is ownership, there is trust, there is the issue of sharing knowledge, and also there is a better understanding of the local environment by the local people or the local community, as opposed to you who is working from maybe a small room somewhere with a big computer. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mwita. I think on the last point I have a question, but I'll wait and see if they raise it in the floor. If they don't, I will ask it. We are about to open up the floor, so in case you have any questions, get your questions ready. As I talk to our last speaker, Dr. Alice. Alice, I think we have the privilege of having you here coincidentally because our speaker got sick and you showed up, and it's a good thing because in terms of gender and climate, you used to head that sector at ICPAC for a very long time. And we did fall off, but I think it's the one topic question that has come up a lot in this GHACOF in terms of the role of gender. We had it yesterday, we had it today. Where do you think we have failed? Because you've been in this conversation for a long time. Where are we still failing in terms of integrating? And why are we still failing in terms, because we've had this conversation for over a decade now, but we still don't seem to be making as much progress as we should. So where are we failing, and where do you see the future?
Thank you so much, Dr. Linda, and I thank you for allowing me to come here today. It has been quite a while, and I enjoy this GHACOF forum. Having said that, in fact, I was sitting there and I was wondering, is it forbidden for ladies to come into this podium? Because the whole morning, the presenters, there was no lady, and I wondered, is it a crime to be there? But I was so happy to hear the gender expert make a comment that was really commendable. So thank you so much that you're here. And we have listened to a number of sectors since morning: the water, the energy, food security, and the various climate risks that are linked to these sectors, and also this particular forecast, the floods, the heat stress, and many others. And all these have got gender implications. For example, if the flooding, I was imagining some woman in some floodplain somewhere where the husband or the partner is in Nairobi and they have to move. Who makes that decision? She has to make a decision. And when you bring the issue of social support, this is where it is critical, because she may not even know where to start from. This agenda issue. When it comes to energy, the issue of maybe being able to find fuel, at the same time grow crops, at the same time meet other needs. And all those sectors have got gender aspects. So when I come closer to Africa, where we are, and also in the Greater Horn, I may choose one sector, food security. That is an issue to all of us. And I always feel very concerned, because each time there's food insecurity, you see the faces of women and children. And this particular sector touches on all other sectors. We need water to be able to grow food. We need energy to be able to cook food, to process food, and to do all other things. And in so doing, we are actually using some energy from a particular gender. We know that 60 to 80% of food grown, for example, in Africa, is by small-scale farmers, and they are women. And these particular women, if you look at the data, they have about 60 to 80% of their telephone, for example, is the one that only has voice and SMS. It's not a smartphone. And therefore, the information we are talking about here, even if you are to relay it to these farmers who are women, they will not be able to get the right information because of the equipment they have. And this just shows how important it is for us to think more critically about adapting to climate extremes along gender lines. Because if we leave out the 50% of the population and we do not consider their needs, even as we bring in this climate information, we are already failing. As I may say that, again, these women may need proper information, for example, about pests was mentioned here, how to be able to adapt to their agriculture by using less chemical inputs, biological processes. These ladies' information need to be told how to how to be able to take early warning information and to be able to adapt to climate extremes. The ladies also need to be told, or the men and the women need to be told how climate forecast is going to affect them, affect the children, affect the women, affect the men, affect the elderly, and therefore the place of research still comes in, because I don't think we know enough how climate extremes affects all the various gender categories, even the youth. And I want to say that the July temperature, actually I felt it. I'm not so old, but I could feel that July temperature was high. And I can imagine somebody who's 80, 90, how they are feeling. So these issues are real, and research is important. And I was saying that in terms of food security again, the future of food will be on plant-based because of the emissions, non-carbon emissions we are getting from food production in transport and processing. That's methane and nitrous oxides, which are now more worrying in the world globally, and we need to be able to prepare to deal with them. And therefore, gender issues must be handled, and we need to prepare the women who are the most concerned with production of food for subsistence and then food for the market. And we are talked about transboundary issues. If a country is hungry, you are not only vulnerable to climate risks, it also means that you are very vulnerable to conflict. If you depend on food imports and your neighbor wants to deal with you, they will close your border, and then they'll be violent in your country. So we can't underrate climate information. We have to take it seriously and ensure that everybody, men, women, children, and youth, are able to get the information clearly and make use of it. And again, I just want to say that from personal experience, I've seen that gender issues, many of them deal with socialization. And farming is one of those areas that we must socialize our children, our families to take up after us. Right now, the youth are running into towns to look for jobs and leaving the farms with people who may not have the know-how. We need to make farming more conducive, pleasant for young people. And that will mean making them know how they can use new technologies to be able to cultivate their crops in a more honorable way with dignity and increase their productivity. Sorry, I can go and let me stop.
Thank you. And I think that's a good plug-in for our youth conversations. We've been having conversations with young people in the region. So join us on Twitter Spaces this Thursday. We'll be talking about land, conflict, and pastoralism. And you're very welcome to hear from the young people to see how that impacts migration. I will open up the floor, take any burning questions. Okay, I see 2 so far, 3. I will give priority to those who haven't spoken today. Maybe Kabaka, we can start with Jemima, and then the gentleman over there, and the gentleman over there. And okay, we have 4 questions. And then we can come to Oliver and Wamalwa after we exhaust. Oh, Doctor, okay. Then we can prioritize our honored guest.
Thank you, Dr. Linda and the panelists. I think one of the biggest challenge, and our last panelist has mentioned it, we do not value weather and climate information. That has been our biggest challenge within the region and within the country. I remember about 4 or 5 years ago during GHACOF, we did a small survey and asked the participants, for those who attend the National Climate Outlook Forum, kindly raise your hand. The response we got is almost 3/4 of the room does not attend the NCOF or communicate this information from the sectoral, the conversations that we're having here, to the country level and having discussions at country level to see how it can impact and be communicated to the communities. So even as we talk on how can we increase the use, how can we increase the value of climate services, these are some of our champions. How can we empower these champions to go to be champions in their countries, to be able to talk within their countries, and be able to go all the way to community level? When we are talking about, communication, right now I work in Kenya Red Cross, and the communities are really in a panic situation because all they remember is 97 rains. But one of the things that has been communicated over and over with the Met Department within Kenya is it's El Nino enhances rains. It doesn't mean excess rainfall. So even as we are going to our communities to communicate, we may not need the direct translation of the actual event, but the impacts. We've moved into impact-based forecasting. What is the implication of the forecast? I think that's one of the ways that we can try and communicate and increase the value within the communities. Lastly, when we are talking about the impact to our community, we still go with our silo mentality, but we need to remember that our community is one. So, for example, a community that is experiencing drought, DRM will come in, health will come in, food security will come in, water will come in, but we still come in different angles. How can we harmonize our approach to approach the community, which is still that one person, that one community that is dealing with so many things? How can we bring ourselves together as the people coming to support the community to empower them to deal with the issues that they're dealing with from a holistic perspective? Thank you.
Okay, next question. I think we had a question on that corner. We had Dr. Gikungu also had a question.
So should I continue? Okay, I'm Clive Ayuko, I'm with media. Now in 2018, a special report by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change found that increases of 1.5 degrees is essentially inevitable. Now what does this particular mean for people who live in slums, people who live in these corrugated iron sheets? And in Kenya we know that we have close to 10 million of them. And perhaps question number two. Okay, perhaps question number two is, in 2021, the World Meteorological Organization actually warned that Africa's 3 remaining eastern glaciers, that's Tanzania's Kilimanjaro's, Mount Kenya in Kenya, and Uganda's Rwenzori will vanish within 2040. I don't know, as climate change experts, how are you likely to mitigate on the disappearance of these particular glaciers? Because it has repercussions on farmers and very many people. Like 118 million people face drought with this particular disappearance of this glacier. So in terms of the mitigation strategies, what are you likely to do to actually stop these glaciers from vanishing? Thank you.
And Dr. Congo.
Thanks for this opportunity, Linda. And I want to appreciate the information that has been given to your thought-provoking questions. So mine is not a question, but just to contribute on top of what has been said. I'll start with reaching the user down there with information that is useful based on what perhaps has been agreed here. This borders on audience studies, and we may get to that point where we are considering who we are inviting so that we are as effective as we can be if we are careful about those who we invite, so that we are also keen on having the information reach down there. Somebody who will understand the information that we are giving here and will reach the audience that he represents in a forum like this one. I hope I make sense. The other point I want to make is on indigenous knowledge. I think this is widespread, and again, it goes audience by audience. When we were growing up, the elderly people would tell us, don't joke around. If you still have your clothes out and you see rain coming from this direction, get to know that you'll be in trouble, especially if you're talking about bed linen and things like that. Yeah, you'll be in trouble that evening if you ignore that. And our grandmother would also tell us, if it is coming from this direction, don't bother. It will not reach us. And that is an observation personally I made, and that was it. Go to the seasons. She would tell us rainfall that is observed in the months of March, April, May rains during the night. During the day, you can do everything that, yeah. And in that area, that was the case. We have climate change now. Things have changed around. While OND, you would have wet days, not so much during the night. They would have something to say also about winds and certain insects, rainfall patterns, and so on. And these are segments of information that we who have been to school now can make use of and explain further the theories that we have and which have supported us. Thank you. That's what I have to say for now.
Thank you. Maybe Kabaka, you can take the mic to that side while we have Professor Lago. Maybe you can answer the first question. When he talked about the research on the slums, I think we usually concentrate on smallholder farmers. Do we have information on the impact of climate change in the slums? And then maybe Dr. Mwita, you can, since not in your capacity as indigenous knowledge, as a scientist, maybe give him a general overview of understanding of global warming generally, and if Kenya or the region and the acts that we do have could impact what is happening in terms of the melting of the snow-capped mountains.
Thank you. Not much has been done in quantitative terms on the impacts of heat stress in slum areas. It's a deficiency that we have noted in our region here. And we are thinking that we really need to set up some monitoring sites so that we understand this process better. But of course, we do know that when you're in a congested area, there's less circulation of air, there's a lot more albedo or reflection of radiant energy from the structures that we use for building, from the bare surfaces on the ground. And we do know that people experience from time to time, they experience distress due to higher temperatures during the day and also during the night. But not much has been done to look into it. I would say that in terms of what can be done really to mitigate that effect would be to kind of decongest even these areas where we have informal settlements. Because these buildings are still coming up, I'm sure they can still subscribe to some legislation. And some legislation does exist in Kenya, for example, around how to go about constructions in those areas. And you also mentioned the issue of the glaciers. How can we preserve them? The glaciers are interesting. They're very kind of sensitive features. There's a strong balance between rainfall and temperature and the amount of dust or aerosols in the atmosphere that actually contribute to their stability. They're declining at a high rate, but for our region here, these tropical glaciers that we have, they are not contributing that much to rivers as much as people think. They're in fact some more important zones than the glaciers themselves, and these are the moorlands where we get the highest amount of rainfall, greatest amount of infiltration of groundwater into the system, and these are what are really still replenishing the rivers up to now. You will get a good, when you get melting glaciers, you'll get a higher amount of water getting into the rivers, but only for a time, and then they'll die off. How do we save the glaciers? It's probably an exercise that we cannot get into because it is going to be very costly. I would think to do that, you'd have to get into the kind of thinking that is going on around what is referred to now as geoengineering or climate engineering, to alter the large-scale dynamics of the climate system so that you can change the local effects of that climate system on a mountain. So we try to keep temperatures down to 2 degrees centigrade. That is going to slow down the melting of the glaciers. The climate system may change somewhat in some unpredictable manner, maybe in the future, that is favorable for glacier advances, but we are a bit optimistic about that happening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's take the last 3 comments because of time, so then for lunch. I think Oliver, the gentleman next to Oliver, and we had one more hand on this side. Wamaloy, you had a question as well? Okay.
Thank you so much. My name is Kwach. Thank you so much, Dr. Linda, and the panelists for this. My question, I have 2 questions. My first question is on indigenous knowledge. And I think, Dr. Richard, you've done justice to the whole topic. I was going to have a lot of questions, but I think you really captured a number of them. Indigenous knowledge, as we all agree, is quite important, and it's widely spread across our communities. And using your exact words, how do we integrate that local knowledge or indigenous knowledge into the science? And with that comes a number of challenges. You already mentioned challenge around trust. And other challenges is that the indigenous knowledge, not all of it aspect is necessary or is needed. There is that element of it which can be seen as inimical to science, or which in a way may be false. So how do we sort of differentiate which element of that indigenous knowledge do we integrate into our scientific knowledge, and which element of that do we leave out because it goes against science, because it is based on maybe unfound, untrue sort of realities. My second question is on climate information downscaling. We know a number of member states struggles with, even when information is available, downscaling that information to reach people who needs it is quite a challenge. And I'm wondering whether among the panelists or anyone in the room, if there is any good practice coming from one of the IGAD member states on how they navigate that challenge, and whether they leverage the kind of the public-private partnership, whether there is any case that bring on board the private sector to sort of work together with the public sector to support with the downscalings of information.
Thank you. Dr. Mwita, you'll take those 2 while we get Oliver's.
Thank you, moderator, for the opportunity. So I have a similar question. So to Dr. Mwita, so what are some of your ideas in integrating ITK to GHACOF at regional level? I know we've done this at subnational level, which is somehow possible because we know that most of ITK information is localized, and you rightly said that we need to take options by context. And maybe another thing to you is, should we focus this ITK information at maybe lower levels, subnational levels, or what are some of your ideas on integrating ITK to the entire region? Thank you.
Thank you. So, Dr. Mwita, since no one also asked my question and it's related,
okay.
Yes, so it comes to also trust. Add on what happens when you go to the ground and the indigenous forecaster has something different from the scientist. I know you said you form a consensus, but what then becomes the outcome?
Thank you very much. I think I'll combine all the questions because they seem to kind of point to the same thing. I think first, something that Prof here discussed, we first of all need to know how we deal with greenhouse gases, but most importantly, short-lived climate pollutants. Because in the global arena, we talk so much about the greenhouse gases, and in this context, contributing to global warming. But we forget the short-lived climate pollutants, which research has shown that contributes to 35% of the global warming. And that is part of what is melting some of the, the glaciers that we see. And also to some extent causing some of the extreme events we experience. Like here in Kenya, you have seen something happening around the Nyandarua, Aberdare area. Sometimes they bring the whole areas covered by hailstorms and people wonder what is happening. So there is a nexus between the pollution and the warming and also the melting down. So, of course, we have the issue of the policy. For example, the issue of increasing tree cover to the world standards, at least 10% for every country in the region, so that at least that can help to provide the required carbon sink. Because when we talk of short-lived climate pollutants, things like black carbon soot, what is coming from our households, mothers using biomass to cook, can we have alternatives of clean energy so that we reduce the amount of what is going into the atmosphere and also changing, giving you forecasters or meteorologists a difficult time to model because something is making your forecast not to be very, very much reliable. Now going to the issue of integrating indigenous knowledge, from practice, and I would wish we could very much remember the late Professor Ogalo, who was a big mentor to most of us, who kind of also ignited the fire of trying to bring in the issue of integrating indigenous knowledge into the formal or scientific forecasts. And one of the ways through which we think can be successfully be taken is the issue of consistency. Like the problem that we have as a challenge, even as a GHACOF or even at the regional level, is that we only regard the issue of indigenous knowledge when we come to producing the forecasts. But the rest of the period, we are just quiet. We are not actually following like what the Met services do by observing the data on 24/7 basis. So I think there is a need to change the paradigm or to have a paradigm shift whereby we can like permanently have indigenous knowledge people or communities working alongside the Met services. Not many of them. So that we can be able to assess what they are observing and to what extent is it going to trigger a certain event. So in that way, we can be able, when we now come to consensus building, we can be able to say this is where we started. Remember, most of the communities or individuals, they use the fauna and flora, the changes in the color of maybe a certain tree. And for example, even in astronomy, for example, we have researched and found that when there is a bright morning star that appears for about two weeks, either in the evening or early in the morning for about 2 weeks, then it means if you are approaching the mumps season, and this has happened around December to January, then you are likely to see off-season rains in February and March, meaning that the mum rains will be depressed. So if we have that kind of information which we have consistently monitored, then we can be sure that even when we expect depressed rains like the last 5 seasons that we had, then we can be able to integrate that. Last but not least, we also need to invoke research into this area because there is the erosion of this knowledge by climate change and climate extremes. And that's actually one of the rationale why we should embrace indigenous knowledge and integrate it. Because when there is climate change, some of the fauna and flora indicators they use are disappearing. Then what is the alternative? There is an effort that we started with the African Climate Policy Center, which of course is the equivalent of ICPAC, whereby they started the issue of coming up with a strategy on how to try and consolidate all the indigenous knowledge that we have in our region so that we can use it in forecasting. And I think if ICPAC can pick this is something that we can revisit It was led by Professor Kaya from the KwaZulu-Natal University, and it has brilliant ideas in there if you can spare some time to see me over lunch. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm grateful for throwing it to ICPAC. I will throw it back to Prof in the university who's doing a lot of research. Maybe we throw the challenge to you to help us continue this research on indigenous knowledge, and how do we actually document what they're doing? How do we use it to fill historical gaps and knowledge gaps? I think Dr. Mwita said there's historical records from indigenous people that can help talk about this data gap issue that we're talking about. Dr. Kadar brought out a very critical issue about coordination and the need for us to coordinate, not just at a seasonal level, but also when we give our monthly and weekly forecasts, and we'll throw the Met out there. How can we involve the sectors even as we disseminate information further? And I think we will bring this to a close, and if we can give a big hand of applause to our panel and thank them for an interesting discussion. We'll break for lunch. Lunch is on the first floor, and be back here by 2 to conclude this today workshop. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
We're about to wind up GHACOF. And even as we do so, as we wait for people to come, if you have any comments that you were not able to make the whole day, last 2 days, this is your opportunity. In the meantime, we would like you to join an interactive session. So if you have your phone out,
in progress.
the Wi-Fi password is on the table at trademark 2017. So if you check on your table, you should have your password. And then you can enter into Slido, slido.com, and then enter the number. Is that how you do it, Ken?
Thank you, Linda. If you don't have a smartphone, you might go to your laptop and join slider.com, and that puts that number, 2863241, you'll get it. But if you have a smartphone, you don't have to struggle. So you just scan that QR code. You need internet. Scan the QR code on your phone, just like a photo QR code, and it will take you to this landing screen where you can vote on some issues. So for the afternoon, welcome, settle in. We want to have a short interactive session.
So do we have anyone with a burning comment, question? We cut you off and you have anything to say? Anyone? Any hands up? Is everyone on Slido? Can we see anyone who's been able to access? The table for my youth. Are you guys on? The youthful table. Are you guys on Slido?
You don't need to register.
It's a free app. The Wi-Fi is on your table, Wi-Fi password. The Wi-Fi is also free. So if you have your machine, log in, and let's have an interactive session. So this way we can all answer and see the results. Otherwise, any comments from this morning, from yesterday? Do you have any comments? Anyone having trouble accessing Slido?
Wow. Maybe there's one voter, and that one voter voted, yes, they are. So that one voter gave us 100%. So if you don't vote, your voice will not be heard. So the voice of that one voter, who most likely is Byron.
The first question is, are member states integrating gender into climate services? Member states, so it is a majority wins. You have a comment? You don't need the app. Just go to the internet and log in. Or you want to use the QR code? So you can use the QR code, or you can go to slido.com, enter the number, and then answer. So far we have not enough, 64%. Yes, there are 27%, 9% not yet. So let's have your voices heard. Use the QR code. Meanwhile, if you have any comments from the last 2 days, if we weren't able to get to you, this is your time before we close GHACOF, and you forever hold your peace until the next GHACOF.
Well, we're also very interested to people who vote differently. So if you think countries are integrating gender into the climate services, you have a very good example. Please give us, so that the other countries can learn how you've done it as a Met, as an organization. So we also open, it's an open mic as we prepare to wind up with the release. So we are very open. Anyone, it's an open mic. Tell us an example of how your country has used integrated gender into the climate services for the benefit of the plenary. And maybe as you give your opinion, you might end up changing votes. So this is also like a campaign on what you think.
Thank you very much, Linta. As we deliberate on issues of this GHACOF, it is very interesting on what some of the issues that were brought up, especially on indigenous knowledge. When we were growing up, we were seeing rainmakers who could actually make the rain disappear or come, and then others could be beaten here and there, and maybe the rain comes or not. But sometimes we could witness that the rain could defy them. they want it to pass. Maybe there is a ceremony happening and they don't want it to rain. Then it rains now heavily. So I wondered whether was this now related to issues of climate change. So as we plan our scenarios, sometimes it has been very funny with the issues of climate change. At times things don't turn out the way it is actually anticipated and expected or maybe being observed. But another thing that I wanted to comment on was on gender issue. I'm happy with my neighbor here. You know, when they talk of gender, they always just focus on ladies. And then sometimes I wonder, where are the vulnerable groups and even the boy child? Such that the boy child is now growing up a very timid person. He cannot even play his role when he grows up as a father. And it has even made some of the young ones, say the boy child or that kind of thing, end up into extreme violent activities like cattle rustling. Say in Kenya, Uganda, South Sudan, you find the youths are really there because most of the time they are they are never even thought of. The child has taken over everything. And where you see that women are dominating, no one now talks of gender. So sometimes I wonder, this gender, does it just focus on women, or it is something where there need to be stakeholder mapping so that you see which gender is seriously affected and now try to see that they are also brought on board? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So
Dr.
gender
Alice,
has, for so many years, has been taken as putting one gender above another one in terms of maybe developmental or society, but maybe that's the wrong definition of gender considered into climate services or gender participation in, but I'm not an expert. Let's hear an expert on gender here. And then RISPA also will give us a voice on that.
Thank you, Linda.
Sorry, Doc. For the people who've just come in, scan that, please scan that code with your mobile phone as long as you have internet, and then you can vote. Our votes are very open, transparent. IEBC is here. So we have a very open process, just like the Kenyan voting process, and we welcome this process. So let's go.
Thank you so much. Thank you, my neighbor, for that comment or question. But I think actually the boy child has not been neglected. It's the fathers who have stopped being fathers. Actually today they are competing to be youths, and the boys do not know who to emulate because their fathers are struggling to be 16, you see. And at the same time, most fathers are absent at home. So the ladies are struggling to bring up the children alone. But boys, they like to see and copy with their eyes. Girls you can talk to and take advice. So there's a difference in how boys take things and how girls take things. And they want to take it from the figurehead they are looking at. So we want more fathers to be at home, for the boys to look up to them and to then emulate. So gender is not just about women, it's also about boys and girls. And when I talked about climate information or services, I just meant that women take 51% of the population now in Africa, in most countries. And therefore, most of the time in this forum, it was just men presenting. Women were not there. So we need to consider that we also have women 50% and men 50%. Because when you go home, these women are going back to the community to talk to women also and to the children, just like the men are going. In so doing, we are going to make our information more effective at the grassroots level. But otherwise, we take care of both boys and girls. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I think we're ready to go to the next question. I think we've had the gender conversation long enough, unless we have anyone else. We have someone from our land governance office in gender. And land and gender is one that we haven't talked about much. Do you want to give any comments?
Sorry, I did listen to the presentation.
There's no presentations. We're just open conversation on women and land.
Women and land? Okay. Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I found this
discussion, very interesting. And I happened to participate in a pre-GHACOF gender session last week, which I also found very interesting. And since yesterday, we've been saying that gender seems to be quite missing in all this that we have been talking about, which is a bit true, but also to a greater extent, I'd like to appreciate ICPAC also for the initiative of having a pre-GHACOF gender session, and also for making time to have like this session on helping members to understand how to mainstream gender in climate services. You know, when we talk about climate change, we are talking about so many other things. Land gets affected. You know, we see land degradation, land destruction. When you talk about erosion, say erosion and all that, it all affects land. And we're talking about land and agricultural production. You know, the majority of the producers are women. On the ground there, it's the majority that are doing this work. And most times when we see that women are not being consulted in such kind of processes, especially when we're talking about indigenous knowledge, then it's quite challenging to see how best they will be able to use this information that seems to be very scientific, that they've been able to understand. So it's really, really important that going forward in GHACOF sessions, we do prepare well, that we gather information from different stakeholders, especially the majority of the users and the producers of this information, but also the producers of food and so many other services, and who are women, so that they can inform the discussions, but also make use of the information that comes from GHACOF, which is a very useful platform that generates information, not only for women, but all different stakeholders at different levels. I'd like to thank everyone for very brilliant discussions. I've personally been excited about the discussions we've had since yesterday, very interesting and challenging presentations from different stakeholders at the regional and international levels, and I look forward to strengthening our integration of gender in climate services, and more especially generating gender and sex desegregated data from different levels, and especially primary data, because most times we tend to reference secondary data, which most times you find it's expired, but we are still quoting reports of 2011, 2010. And yet, if we put our resources together, we can be able to go out there and generate primary data that we can reference for 2-3 years, because, you know, with social research, it needs to be varied. It needs to be, you know, not very old for it to be useful, because the context is very dynamic. So thank you so much, and I look forward to subsequent GHACOF discussions and learning how best we can all work together to integrate gender in climate services.
Thank you very much.
So what is our final result on this question? We have 51 people voted. If you just came in and you want to add your voice before we come in, you can go to slido.com, use the number, or if you're on your phone, take the QR code. But we have said that it's not enough. Not enough member states are integrating gender into climate services. So do we go to the next question?
Yes, you can, Linda.
It's democratic.
Yes,
as you
very
vote.
democratic, yes.
So the second question, I think this is another one that has come up, so we decided to add it on mental health. Should mental health be added into the GHACOF health discussions? Should we add, what do the people think? Do we think it will be useful to add mental health? So far we have 8 people have voted.
Automatically the vote updates on your phone.
So far we are at 86%. So anyone want to comment on that? Why they said yes or no? 21 people have voted. Yes, we should. No, it's a minor issue. Any comments on that? Yes, Callistus.
Thank you, Linda. I just want all of us to reflect that maybe in the pastoral community, you have like 1,000 animals, and I'm not just talking about animals, like the cow that I saw in Terekeka in South Sudan. Maybe one could be 100,000 or 1,000 USD. The following day you don't have any. How much money is that? And the owner, the mental torture that the owner will have. Or today you have money in your account, maybe 1,000 USD on your account. The following day you go to the bank, there is no money, and you have the needs, you have to feed the family. What kind of mental torture are you likely to be exposed to? Reflect.
So Callistus is saying, put a human face to the disasters.
We have an
Consider
expert
the
on
human
that.
emotions.
We have an expert
So-
opinion also.
We're still at 28% is saying no, it's a minor issue. Pamela.
Great. Allow me to put my voice on this. First of all, you experts, climate experts, you are focusing increase in extreme weather events, which means the extreme weather events are first of all destructive to the lifestyle that people are used to. When we focus the floods, we find people are already anxious about this El Nino because they have a lived experience of the El Nino of 1997, what it did to them as communities. So when they hear enhanced rain, they are telling themselves the same El Nino that came and destroyed my property actually caused a flood that killed my sister or killed my brother. Now, for them, the expectation of good rain, of course, brings in memories that are sad memories. It brings in frustration of the way somebody had to struggle because a branch has been destroyed, they cannot get to the market to sell their produce that gives them food. They cannot cross their children to go to school because of rain. The hunger, the shame, the pain. When we talk about droughts, look at a Maasai person who livestock means self-esteem, self-worth. They lose that self-worth because they have lost their livelihood. Are they still counted as a man in that society? Can they still stand before men and say that they are wealthy? What does that mean to the family? It brings the conflict of even the woman doesn't respect him anymore. The children find no value in their father, he cannot provide. So the mental, the psychological distress that it causes, first of all, because of the lived experience and the experiences that they are going through at this time, brings sadness, brings worry, brings anxiety that can trigger a mental health issue or exacerbate an existing mental health issue. So there is an indirect link that as scientists, we have to relate with what is happening on the ground. Let the science make meaning to the communities by allowing, even if it is communities, to give their experiences so that you can put value in what your data is saying. So it is a big 100%. I hope everybody has voted. If you have changed, if you have said no, please can you make changes on your...
That is called rigging.
Thank you very
it's
much.
It's an open process.
You can change your mind.
A democratic process.
Very democratic. Any other expert opinion before we move to the next question? Because data impacts we talk about are more of the hardware, the hard impacts. But they are the softer issues that we never discuss, like our mental health, anguish, which you cannot even insure. Crop insurance will cover the extremes. But here goes another issue that we might need to discuss. Dr. Amalwa has an opinion there.
So as we wind up this one, Ken, maybe you can move us to the next one.
Just to echo the words of what has been said there. Actually, mental health has become a very big issue. It is touching on professionals, youths. As we talk, I've seen about 5 youths actually who are struggling with mental health. And you look at it and you wonder, this 15-year-old, this 13-year-old, what is the issue that is actually making this child go through this? So it is the high time that we need to bring it in many of the things that we are undertaking so that it can be addressed. Just as she has said, If you remember what happened in 1997, like some of us who lived it, I just gave an example of how people are being evacuated by helicopters. Then now, that is now the scenario that you are looking at. It is very easy to break down, especially if maybe you are in the same environment. And so, if mental health issues can actually come up and be also something that can prepare people of what they anticipate, how they can be able to address it, it should not be a bad thing. See, like in Kenya, in the security forces, so many have been committing suicide. Why? Because of the mental health issue. So it's not something that we need to think that it is just a minimal issue. It is actually blossoming out, and it is very easily that since the many youths are also being becoming victims, we should not minimize it. Let's bring it to the fore. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Amal.
Thank you so much. Dr. Linda, I just want to follow up on what my colleague has talked about. I think one of the biggest challenges we face today is urban life. People have moved from the village into urban areas, and the social separation from the community. And as climate scientists, I mentioned that we could package our information to the community. We can use digital equipment and package this information, putting climate services, putting even health issues, how they can manage the situation. But more importantly, when we began gender issues at ICPAC, we were working with communities and their networks, so that each member state, when there's a GHACOF like this, they would find, for example, the women groups, bring them together and they share information. If people have networks at grassroots level, it will help the youth to find a place to talk to somebody. But at the moment in urban areas, there's no neighbor, nobody's concerned about you, and therefore this is what is ailing the youth more than anything else. But if you work with communities and the networks at the grassroots, with that indigenous knowledge, and make sure that they have that group of people they can relate with, I think we can win in two ways when dealing with mental health. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think this is an interesting poll. It's been changing between 70 and 71%, with 69 voters.
If you want to participate in the vote, again, QR code or use the number and let your voices heard. Still on this issue, or we move on to the next one? Okay. Too quick, he was first, and then I'll come to you.
Yeah, mine is going to be very short, but I agree with Pamela and the other colleagues. When we go through very difficult times like droughts and floods and stuff, we also get PTSD, post-traumatic disorder. And I think if you put mental health in there, we can help people get healed from the hardships they have been. So I was just trying to add that.
Good afternoon. My name is Nancy from Church World Service. I'm going to throw a spanner in the works and speak on behalf of the 30% who are saying no, it's a minor issue. And I'll speak as a cautionary tale. In the area that we work, psychosocial support is long-term. So if you're trying to come into the space to come up with interventions, make sure you're coming in to stay. Don't start a process where you're going to leave it halfway, because the change actors who are on the ground will actually have to pick up the pieces that are left behind by interventions that are started then left midway. It is a catchphrase at the moment, but we also need to remember the communities we work within. As Africans especially, issues related to mental health are not things that we speak about openly. When you look at the health space, the least likely doctor to be visited is the psychiatrist. So let's also make sure, as we are moving into some of these spaces, we are knowledgeable enough about the community we are working with. before we start engaging in issues that may cause more harm than good. Thank you.
Wow, that's a very good expert opinion on someone who's on the ground and working with the communities. And interestingly, she comes from a church relief group, yeah, related. So that also brings another aspect of tying mental health, professionalism with the spiritual, something close to that. Do we move on?
Yes, I think that's a good way to conclude. So she's not saying it's not an issue. She's saying we have to be careful in how we approach the interventions by not giving it a piecemeal type of solution, yes. So can we go to the next one?
It's the last one, don't worry,
This
as
is
we
our
prepare our
last
director
one.
to come.
Before we officially close.
Yeah, if you've not scanned, just scan the QR.
Yes. So
we
we
like
want
very
to
important
know.
opinion.
Yes, join us through slido.com using the number, or if you have your phone, you can use a QR code. So we've talked about resilience. We've been talking about resilience for a long time. We don't seem to be achieving resilience. What are the highest regional priorities for increasing resilience in the region? If you had to pick one, which one would you pick? So we have 4. We have education, capacity building, governance,
and development.
It seems like development has no votes. Education seems to be number 1.
Oh, they are changing around.
They're changing a lot.
These are smart opinion because
Yeah.
whichever is winning in votes comes on top.
So we only have 5 votes so far, so enter your vote. If you have an opinion, let us know. Anyone wants to share why they think their intervention should be priority? We have Jemima. So capacity development is taking the lead. This is changing really fast.
So tell us how you vote, why you vote that way. We are keen to hear your opinion on that.
I voted as education as the first, capacity development and development. I believe when you empower the communities, when you empower the different technical people with the information and the capacity to implement, then work will continue even beyond the project. Most of the funding that comes in climate services and resilience building and climate action in Africa and within our region is project-based. We are always following what the projects are saying, what the donors want us to do. But if we empower our communities, our actors, then they can integrate this into development, and with development, the government now takes the lead. So it's integrated within development processes, and we get long-lasting impacts. So that's why I chose those.
Thank you, Jemima.
Anyone on this side? No, Pamela, we've already heard from you. Someone we have not heard from. Is it Kwach here?
Okay.
Thank you. Answering this, I do appreciate there is no one-size-fits-all here, and each one of us will definitely answer based on their country context. I answered governance, and my reason is all of these are kind of things that good governance can produce. So if you haven't got governance right, it will affect education, it will affect peace and security, it will affect development. So I think as a region, we need to get our governance right. That should be a priority. And I think that comes with a whole lot of capacity development, not the traditional capacity developments that some traditional development agencies are known for, but I think a very strategic sort of capacity development that establish institutions, because that is one of our big challenge.
And I think it's a big challenge or a need area, especially for South Sudan, that they need to rebuild government ministries, especially the ones that serve the people in development issues, staffing issues, because you have the professionals, but most of the time you need to rebuild departments. So any other opinion on that? There she goes.
Yeah, so I also chose governance, and I totally agree with him that everything else that we struggle with are the issues to do with resources allocation, accountability, and decision making. And once we sort governance, and it's a very difficult topic, and maybe it's easier to talk about capacity development and community training, but that can be unpacked. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We
can take two more as we close. We have 56 voters so far. Just scan and vote, because we also store these to analyze the processes we engage in, and we'd like to publish some of them also in an article. So please vote on that. Just scan the QR and vote.
Thank you very much. My name is Kalema Abubeka from Uganda National Meteorological Authority. For me, I go for peace and security, because really where there is no peace, there is nothing much that can go on. However much we can talk of training, you can't have training, you can't have even governance in place. But I think there is one factor which was left behind, which is investment in climate services. Because however much we are talking of resilience, we're building resilience towards what? Climate. So do we have this climate information which is accurate enough and very reliable? And how can we have that kind of information? It's through serious investment into the climate services of the regional countries. So probably I think it is something that missed out, because we are talking of resilience, but we are not seeing any climate services anywhere being reflected. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Who had not yet said anything today before we wrap up?
Okay, thank you. To me, I call for the governance, although there are some other people who have gone for the governance. We need to enforce the laws which are actually anchored in resilience. Without the laws and enforcement, we cannot go anywhere. Thank you.
Brief and to the point. We had one more.
Yeah, the last one.
Well,
thank you very much. My name is Salah. I'm from Sudan.
Please use this one, maybe. Yeah.
Sorry, my name is Salah Abu Kashawa. I'm from Sudan, from the Center for Land Governance. I looked at these priorities through the logic of the change. So the governance comes first, and then the peace and security, we have it as an impact. We go through the education capacity building, then we will get this change at the end with the peace and security.
Thank you very much.
Maybe this side, I think, is a bit neglected.
Dr. Tesfaye. He's been in the field for a long time, and he's been working in drought, in resilience.
In resilience.
Yes, let's hear
expert.
Where
Tell
he'll
us.
put his money.
You have the correct answer. Give us the marking.
Dr. Tesfaye, where will you put your money?
Okay, thank you all. Thank you for that promotion. Actually, I selected my first choice is peace and security, and this is a lesson I learned from the Karamojong when we were conducting cross-border resilience planning, bottom-up, through community dialogue. So don't credit me, credit the pastoralist in Karamoja cluster for this perspective I'm going to share with you. The reason we also asked them similar, we asked them through scenario planning kind of facilitation and using rich pictures. We asked them what is their top priority. So there was issue of education, infrastructure, social, like markets and so on, and there is water and so on. They said number one is peace, because without peace, they cannot have anything, and they gave us a number of life examples since the colonial time, what has happened, a number of peace processes that were made and failed and so on. So it is peace, again peace, but they said after the peace, we can see water and fodder as one. So then the other top priority is water and water and water. So that these are the way our communities think. But I really fully appreciate very academic perspective and logic of governance or education and so on, they all are valid. But what I said is I'm sharing with you how I was sold by the logic of the pastoralist. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So that's a voice from the ground.
Yes.
So do we bring it to a close?
Yes, we can bring it to a close. Thank you very much for participating,
Thank
for
you for
voting,
participating.
live polls. I think we are now ready for the very last session. This was to whet our appetites for the very last important part of our session. So
Yes.
I'll just close this and hand it over back to Linda. Thank you very much, Linda.
So as we prepare to close, I want to hand over to Zachary Atheru to take us through our closing ceremony.
Maybe I will request Kemodo if you can put up the map, the focused map. But now here I call upon Dr. Ngulenda Tan and Dr. David Gikungu to join me here. Maybe I would like to thank everybody for being active in this last session. And we have gotten some information. As they have said, they will be able to analyze and maybe write an article. Now we are going to the closing session, and we have two guests. We will start with Dr. Ngulenda Tan, the director of WICPAC, to give a statement. Dr. Tan.
Thank you, Zachary. Good afternoon. I will not only, as Zachary said, but I want to thank you for being here. Dr. David Katungu, the PR of Kenya, the other PRs present, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We are at the best session of the forum. We're at the closing. I would like to thank you all for the closing of a successful forum. Usually we have 3 days of for GHACOFs, but this year we decided for 2. So maybe we'll continue on doing two days in the future. In today and yesterday, plenty of knowledge has been shared. Several suggestions have been made, which are key to improving the organization of future forum and strengthening the user interface of the platform. That's the most important component of the platform. Forums like this one are important, and they're more important than ever as a region with the recurrent climate shocks, most probably due to climate change and maybe to variability also. Unfortunately, if these climate extremes are not addressed adequately by an effective strategy that includes early warning, that reaches the last mile, the negative impacts of those shocks to the region will continue for years to come, and they might intensify. The seasonal forecast is an important component of that strategy of climate proofing the region. This season, and most probably next season, we are moving to an ENSO positive phase, also known as El Nino. Given the memory of the devastating impact of the previous El Nino events in our region, we can agree on the urgency for preparedness and early action that this forecast requires. I would like to thank you all for participating in this forum and making it a very successful one. Thanks goes to the member states, especially to the PRs, for their continued support. Also to our international partners, to the IGAD staff that have been preparing this meeting for the last 2 months. Special thanks to the international partners that have funded this event and who have been with us throughout the years. As I said yesterday, this is we are 25 and a half years that we're doing GHACOFs. I will also like to thank all the presenters and rapporteurs and the chairs of the various sessions, as well as the delegates for your active participation. We are encouraged you to widely disseminate after the forecast will be released. The PR will read in a few minutes. So we'll encourage you to widely disseminate and share with your colleagues and prepare contingency plans accordingly. As the season progresses, follow the update from your national meteorological services and from ICPAC to help you adjust your plans and take actions as possible, as early as possible. Usually the forecast becomes better as you get closer to the season. And most of the time, our monthly forecast is better than our seasonal forecast. With those few remarks, I conclude my intervention for this GHACOF 65. And let me welcome the PR to read the statement of the forecast. Thank you very much.
ICPAC Director, Dr. Guledatan, PRs from the region who are present with us, other distinguished delegates who have labored with us these last 2 days. Good afternoon. I have this responsibility, being the host of the session. This is what happens. The permanent representative with WMO, who happens to be now the head of the meteorological services in the given country, hosts the session and also reads the statement. And that is my duty, to read the statement prepared by the Secretariat following the discussions and the deliberations on behalf of ICPAC. I'll start with ICPAC. ICPAC, IGAD Climate Prediction and Application Center, ICPAC in short, is a designated regional climate center for Eastern Africa by the World Meteorological Organization. Its seasonal forecast is based on rigorous analysis of historical data, prevailing climate signals, and advanced modeling techniques. For the October, November, December 2023 period, the consolidated objective temperature forecast from 9 global producing centers indicates an increased likelihood of warmer than usual surface temperatures for almost all parts of the Greater Horn of Africa, particularly over Djibouti, Eritrea, northern Ethiopia, northern Somalia, and parts of coastal Tanzania. ICPAC has today announced that the October to December 2023 climate forecast shows high chances of wetter than usual conditions across most parts of the Greater Horn of Africa. Notably, there is an exceptionally high probability, that is more than 80%, of experiencing wetter than usual rainfall in southern Ethiopia, eastern Kenya, and southern Somalia. On the other hand, probabilities indicate drier than usual conditions for isolated areas of southwestern Uganda and southwestern South Sudan. As a result of the heavy rainfall experienced across much of the region from March to May earlier this year, increased precipitation, which is going to be in addition, the precipitation we anticipate from October to December may contribute to flooding. Indeed, we have now entered El Nino conditions, which for Eastern Africa are synonymous with wetter conditions during the October, November, December season. After 3 years of devastating drought, this may be seen as a blessing for farmers. Still, it can quickly become a curse. This is what we observe. Desert locusts are already proliferating to alarming levels in parts of the region. The risk of deadly incidents also increases significantly. I think we all remember the last El Nino in 2015 going to 2016, when downpours of torrential rains caused landslides, flash floods, and buildings to collapse. Governments and disaster management agencies are advised, therefore, to take all necessary measures to save lives and livelihoods. El Nino is a climate phenomenon characterized by the periodic warming of the sea surface temperatures in the central and eastern equatorial Pacific Ocean. Its effects can influence weather patterns worldwide. Another significant phenomenon known as the Indian Ocean Dipole is developing over the Indian Ocean and will reinforce the El Nino impacts. We are trying to say we look at very many signals to see how they speak to one another concerning what we expect or anticipate. And what we report is what clearly shows to be about to happen. October to December constitutes a vital rainfall season, particularly in the equatorial parts of the Greater Horn of Africa, contributing 20 to 70% of the annual total rainfall. The start of the season will likely occur early in parts of the region where elevated rainfall is anticipated. That is eastern Kenya, southern Somalia, and eastern Tanzania. In contrast, probabilities favor an average or delayed onset over parts of northern Somalia, western Kenya, Uganda, South Sudan, Rwanda, Burundi, and northwestern Tanzania. The statement ends there as far as the analysis that we have come up with is concerned. And that is really what we are to anticipate. This exercise is normally followed by other activities within the member states. For example, in Kenya, we will have a meeting with my officers on Thursday, and then Monday to Wednesday, we shall have an internal meeting with users, just as this has been, but now that is now with inward looking, so that we can then relay the information to users as closely as possible within the various parts of the country. That's the exercise we'll engage in, after which exercise we will issue a national forecast for the season, and that again will be followed by monthly forecasts, because we need to keep following it very, very closely. We are all in agreement that climate patterns have changed, and we do not shy when we talk about climate change. And therefore, it is advisable upon all users to not to stop at the seasonal forecast, but to follow closely what the Met departments that are represented here are saying about the short-range period that follows the longer forecast term. With all those many remarks, it is also my duty to declare the forecasting session for October, November, December 2023 officially closed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Gikongo. I think the meeting is closed, but we may need only housekeeping. The permanent representative of representative countries with the World Meteorological Organization will have a meeting tomorrow, steering committee. They know, and the only difference is that it will not be here. It is a sister hotel just within. If you come here, you will be directed to where it is called Tribe. It's just next. That's the only announcement we wanted to bring across. Otherwise, have nice travel back home. Thank you very much.
Recording stopped.